It's over. The 31st and final episode of Chris Chibnall's era of Doctor Who has aired, and now we're awash in news of David and Donna and Disney and all that's to come in Russell T Davies's second era show-running Doctor Who. But Chibnall didn't go quietly. He left us with an extra-long, feature-length, 90-minute extravaganza, a centenary special to commemorate the BBC's 100-year anniversary on TV, The Power of the Doctor, which I think served as a very summative capstone of Chibnall's era running the show. So we've got lots to discuss, and discussing this final Chibnall era episode will be myself, Neo from Australia, along with Ingiga from England, Astra from Scotland, and Oliver from England as well. I want to list out some topics we'll get into, but before I do that, I want to ask quickly, do you three think that this episode is a fair representation of Chib's era, or do you think it's kind of an outlier from most of his episodes? What do you think?
I'll go first. I think it is a fairly accurate representation of everything Chibnall era became from Resolution onwards.
I think the ways in which it is an outlier, which in some ways it is, sort of just hammer home the point of how in line with what we've seen so far this actually is. The fact that it doesn't pick up on half of the plot threads. Like, it's an outlier in that sense, and is also entirely to be expected.
Yep.
Yeah, so I thought it was different, pretty much. It felt different until the same problems cropped up yet again, and I realised actually it was really just more of the same.
There's a bunch of topics I want to dig into, and like usual, some interview clips and quotes and things like that I want to discuss with you three as well. Like, I'm really interested in Wonder of Wonders, Yaz's goodbye, Yaz's ending, the final statement of the era on Yaz and Thasmin and Yaz's relationship with the Doctor, and a certain kiss that may or may not have been. I want to talk about the companion support group therapy and what that signifies. I want to talk about the frenetic crisscross cut structure of the story. I'm really interested in the role of William Russell in the special, the record-breaking reprise of a character after a 57-year gap and some disparity in reactions over that. I want to talk about what could have been, the curious, more liminal version of the special and its ending we may have received if not for the Big Welshman. I want to talk about the hologram, the bloody hologram. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about Dan's goodbye and how Chibnall tells his stories in general. I want to talk about some lasers and the particulars of how the 13th Doctor ended. I want to link back to some stuff we talk about when we talk about this era's first episode, particularly in what Jodie Whittaker got to do as an actor. I want to talk about how quickly this era's kind of been relegated. I want to talk about repetition and echoes in this special and in this era and beyond. I want to talk about the usage and significance of Ace, Tegan, and a couple of other old actors from Classic Who that we recognise. Some disparity between cast and crew perceptions of the special and what we got. I want to talk about that. 13's character arc, 13's emotional availability, characterisation of the Master, his plan, and the actors' comments on that, themes and other perspectives on the episode. All that stuff I want to get into, and I'm sure you three have other things you want to talk about as well. But the very first thing I want to talk about is, what's a centenary? Have you guys heard this word much before the episode?
Well, I heard it a lot in the run-up to the episode where we didn't have anything else to call it, but as a term, not massively. 100 years?
Yeah, it's not that common, I think, just purely because of the nature of what it describes. You know, not that many things last 100 years to the point where you have a special about them.
I've got to be honest, I kept getting mixed up. I didn't realise that the episode was in the centenary was the exact same thing. So all this time people were talking about, you know, all sorts of things that they were hoping to see, and I was like, I don't know what. Like, I was convinced that Chibnall was like... It sounds so stupid. I was convinced that Chibnall was like staying for an extra episode after Jodie's regeneration because like the marketing just wasn't there and it wasn't clear, and I was only like half paying attention, which is pretty much what the average person would be like, you know. So I was completely confuzzled until the actual day of it when I finally asked someone what's going on with this, and so it didn't feel like a special episode. Nothing like that. I was just like, Weird.
We're getting consecutive anniversaries, which is really weird. We're getting a 100th year anniversary and then a 60th year anniversary. Only Doctor Who could be this timey-wimey. It is really confusing. I saw loads of people confused by this because, in 2023 November, we'll get Doctor Who's anniversary. And here we've gotten the BBC's anniversary, but Doctor Who gets an episode because Doctor Who is even now Doctor Who's still the BBC. So that happened. I know Chibnall, talking about the centenary, he said, "It's a particularly unique brief and a particularly unique episode because it's a regeneration episode, but it's also a celebratory episode for the BBC centenary and Doctor Who's place within the BBC. So I really wanted to ensure that it had sufficient scale, but also that it was connected into the past, present, and future of Doctor Who." Doctor Who magazine said the episode was a special request by the BBC for inclusion in the corporation's 100th birthday celebrations. But the 13th Doctor's journey was always destined to end this way, says Chris. "It's a bit complicated," he explains. "We knew at a certain point that the BBC wanted another special to help celebrate their centenary. We had a call from the BBC's chief content officer and Piers Wenger, head of drama, who wanted to go really big at the end of things. So the extra episode became the special we did at Easter, Legend of the Sea Devils. The episode we're talking about now, The Power of the Doctor, was always going to be the finale. This was always going to be the 13th Doctor's end story. The Master, the Daleks, and the Cybermen versus the Doctor was in my plans from the early days. I can't remember exactly when I came up with it, but it was a long time in the gestation, way before we did Flux." So 100 years of the BBC, and Chibnall always wanted things to end this way, and that's how we got this.
I imagine it's going to be confusing. I was just going to say, in years from now, looking back on the two specials, both celebrating an anniversary right next to each other, especially because this one was so fanish and seems so much like an anniversary celebration of the show, in a way that what we know about the next one doesn't seem quite so much. But there's nothing in this to indicate that it relates to the BBC specifically.
Yeah, I think the part of the problem is that the concept of 100 years of the BBC, it's a bit distanced from people and the general public. There's not much of a way to intuitively understand that, something being a celebration of the BBC lasting 100 years, because the BBC is almost like background noise of this country in a way.
And it's the form as well. It's a celebration of the platform that it's going out on, rather than any actual content itself, which makes it difficult to anniversarize.
Also, funnily enough, the fact that it's so focused on stuff from the 80s means it's almost like a celebration of the BBC cancelling Doctor Who, rather than the celebration of the BBC or Doctor Who specifically.
I just love that his big ending idea was, what if I got the Master and the Daleks and the Cybermen together? It's like my trump card is combining all three.
Truly is the 10-year-old's version of Doctor Who.
Yeah, the fact that he had that idea gestating since before Flux, like that was his whole thing. He had all that time to think about it, yeah.
Yeah, he was sitting on that. He had all that time to figure out a plot that actually made sense and was interesting, and he gave us that.
Well, it's very anniversary-ish, because it's like this time there's three of us. What if we did 3 instead of 2 or 1? The power of 3, you could even say.
Oh, God.
Makes me think of the Pandorica Opens, which throws away the idea of a big baddie team up.
Yeah.
In setup, throws it away for the second half because, who cares?
Yeah, it's not very interesting, is it?
Daleks and Cybermen and the Master, sort of. Who cares? He didn't even come up with the glance between the Cybermen and the Daleks. That was the director.
Chibnall also said, "I wrote the final moments very early on. I knew exactly what they were going to be for quite a while. Years. I knew where everything would end up, and I knew what needed to be said in those final moments."
But weren't those final moments changed in the edit?
Yes, there was a recent mention of that. I think they swapped the order of some lines. There was something like that.
Which I noticed on broadcast because one of Jodie's lines is really close on her eyes, and it pans down to her mouth, but you don't hear the first half of the line. Which, I've developed a keen sense for ADR over the course of this era of Doctor Who. And I noticed that one of the lines was ADR'd or had been moved from somewhere else in the scene. So interesting that that the final lines were gestating that long and then changed in the edit.
I want to get into character-y stuff instead of production stuff really soon. But the last little like meta-centenary thing I want to talk about is, so we're getting blasted with all this Russell T Davies stuff now with Tennant and Ncuti and everything that's to come for the next anniversary, like we've been talking about. But I see a lot of people that are talking about like, oh, the way that the Doctor's clothes regenerate into Tennant's clothes is like that's connecting to the degeneration stuff that this episode established, and it all links together because, you know, this episode did that and that's going to lead into the next one, which is something we've talked about makes sense because if you're on Disney Plus or whatever and you watch season 1 of Doctor Who and then eventually get to season 5, you get to season 11, a normal person's not thinking about, well, the production has changed hands and therefore this isn't going to connect to that. And they're watching a TV show that has seasons in order, so they expect it to connect. And so I totally get people thinking that. But when they were planning and making this story, they didn't know that there was going to be more Doctor Who. Like, that's not a rumor. That's on the record. The exec, Matt Stevens, says, "We did not know that there would be another series of Doctor Who. My utter relief was we didn't break it and Jodie gets to regenerate." And Chris Chibnall only heard about Russell T Davies indeed making more Doctor Who after this story 36 hours before that decision was made public. This wasn't a big coordinated thing. We heard in those big run of leaks that we talked about in our David Tennant casting video that got pretty much everything right about this special. It was thrown around that originally, apparently, the special was going to fade to black. So we wouldn't see Jodie regenerate into someone else. It would fade to black and it would be, you know, the adventures continue one day. And in this very episode, the 6th Doctor says this is supposed to be handed over. You can't ruin it for the next one. The 8th Doctor says you are not finished. The 1st Doctor sort of says we are not finished. So the fact that the show continues after this wasn't part of how it was made. I mean, it's great that it is continuing, but there was a version of this being aired where it would have been a very liminal thing where we apparently faded to black and there might not have been another series of Doctor Who for who knows how long. I think that's really interesting, especially because I think this story kind of feels that way. Like the Doctor's saying this is supposed to be handed over and lines a bit winking like that. It kind of feels self-reflective in some ways to me.
Yeah, now that you say that and add that context, even though, so that whole scene with the previous Doctors and the cliff and all that, it felt kind of pointless and out of place in the context of the episode, but knowing that it was possibly the last for a while, that strong emphasis on the idea that Doctor Who is not over yet, suddenly it makes sense why that scene was in there. It doesn't make it flow any better, it doesn't make it make any more sense in universe. However, does now add that extra context that, okay, Chibnall's genuinely convinced that might be it for Doctor Who for a while. So yeah, it was good to know that. Thank you.
Tell you what, given that the thesis of this episode, and I guess in turn sort of the era, seems to basically be that you've got to keep it going, that the main duty of the show is to keep being on TV, down to, you know, all those lines that the past Doctors say, down to Jodie's last line of tag you're writing the next one. Given that that's what the show seems to believe its role is, the fact that they didn't think there was going to be another series afterwards, that they actually had broken the show and had failed to give it on when that was the only thing that they were actually aiming to do, that's not great.
Well, I think they were worried about that. I don't know if I'd say, I mean, they didn't know either way was the main thing. So it was a possibility it was weighing on them. I don't think they maybe, I doubt they'd internalized for real that, oh, this is done, we failed, we fucked it up. Who wants to believe that? But it was certainly weighing over them, definitely.
Would it have been the really wide shot that looks like fireworks that you faded to black on?
I suspect, yeah, that big extra wide where we keep zooming out on the rock that no one was meant to be on, the complaint rock. When we're zooming out on that, I imagine that would have faded to black. But who knows? Maybe it would have faded to black on her face regenerating. Who knows?
Yeah, that would have been so desperately unsatisfying, I think, not just for like a fan, but I think for any casual viewer who tunes in, you're wanting to see the regeneration, what's going to come next, and they just get nothing. Because I think it contradicts the whole point of having regeneration in the show to begin with, right? You have a regeneration because the show is about to be renewed, you're going to get some more. So having a regeneration happen, but have it not go anywhere, seems to just defeat the entire point of it. Like, the whole device was introduced to allow the show to go on. So having it happen at the point you stop doing the show seems to defeat the point a little bit, doesn't it? Whereas compared to Survival, the way Classic Who faded off into black, that was just Seven and Ace going off for more adventures. And then his regeneration got tacked on in a later story.
Yeah.
I would also just randomly add to... You mentioned earlier that people think the degeneration stuff in this episode connects to 14's regenerating clothes.
Yeah.
Just want to point out, 13's clothes don't regenerate when the Master takes over her body. He's still wearing her clothes.
Yeah.
So even there is a distinct disconnect between the plot of this episode and the weird thing that happens with David Tennant at the end.
I don't think people are being silly trying to connect an episode of a TV show to the next episode of a TV show.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, when you actually look at what's going on, yeah, they were disconnected pretty strongly.
Chris said that there's sort of a neatness between the two of them, right? That some ideas connect across, and you can see from a distance, squinting, that the degeneration stuff leads into degeneration stuff. But surprisingly, like, I was actually shocked. There's no actual story way that works. Nothing in this story sets up or makes any sense of the ending. But they seem to be entirely disconnected, which is what Russell was saying, that there's not actually any causal connection between the two at all.
Yeah, funnily enough, the degeneration that happens in the main plot of this episode is a good thing, because it's getting rid of the Master. So, yeah.
Yeah. Going backwards.
On what you're saying, in one of the behind-the-scenes videos released now, there's a nice bit where Jodie Whittaker is talking about, leaving the part, and how the big thing of being the Doctor actor is eventually you leave the part and you move on, and how, that's a beautiful moment for her and for the past actors who can all connect with that or whatever. And as I was watching that, I just felt so awkward, because that's not what's happened, is it? Tennant took it back. They don't all leave the part. Sometimes they come back. So yeah, there's a lot of disconnections.
It's awkward for Jodie that she doesn't get to hand it on to a new actor, in a way. She's handing it on to an old one, I think. And her regeneration sequence is always going to have the return of Tennant grafted on the end of it. There's something that feels awkward about that. It's kind of ugly. It's like a mark of something inscrutable. And I don't want to be mean and say what I think it's a mark of, but it's a mark of something.
People keep trying to explain it away and say, well, it's just a degeneration or it's an illusion because the Toymaker's in the next episode and all that. But the BBC and Bad Wolf and Davis, everyone's being very clear. Tennant's the 14th Doctor and Ncuti's the 15th Doctor. The press releases are saying that. I don't think they're trying to give you messaging for over a year about who the next actor is in an attempt to gaslight you, to try and pull the rug out you in the next episode by doing semantics with the numbering. Maybe some showrunners, Russell T Davies is not trying to gaslight you with the numbering. If he's saying this one's 14 and this one's 15, that's what's going on, in my opinion. So I don't think we're being tricked here.
Which is an interesting decision, because there's no reason you have to make a sequential Doctor or a numbered Doctor, because, we've had ones that aren't, including one of the previous David Tennants, which suggests to me that there's a very deliberate reason for making David 10 again 14, and Ncuti 15 instead of, moving it one down and making David Tennant not count numbered, which the only thing I can think of, which might not be the case, but it does put distance between the number 13 and 15. Also, I don't know who it was who suggested, but 13 is very much the last interesting number. If you're counting upwards, once you get past 13, they're all sort of just numbers now.
Yeah. I think 13 is the first teen one, isn't it? Because 14 and 15 are all repeats. 13 is the first time a new idea gets introduced in that way. Even putting the numbering aside, fundamentally 10 showing up there, regardless of what number he is, it's a plot hook. It's a mystery, why has this happened? Rather than the actual next era of the show starting in earnest, which would be Ncuti. So even just having that grafted on at the end of a regeneration is fundamentally different. And it's fundamentally it's a different emphasis to what a regeneration scene has traditionally been. So at the same, Jodie Whittaker never gets that quote unquote proper regeneration. It's always going to have that twist on the end,
which bumps. I found really conceptually bumps with her last lines. You can tell it was written to go into, even if not an explicit regeneration, it's a line written to hand off to somebody else, like really explicitly. And then she doesn't. She hands off to someone who's already done it, re-tagging somebody who was already it. It's a bit odd.
Yeah, the sense of keeping it in the family is very visceral, isn't it? Like, this is an intervention.
Yeah, I think that last scene for Jodie is really sweet, and while the David Tennant scene does exactly what it's supposed to in making headlines and getting people to care, I've had so many people telling me they care about this who haven't been watching in years. The David Tennant half really gets in the way of everything good about the Jodie Whittaker half of that scene.
Yeah, that's the thing. It just, this new mystery and this new big, change, I guess, distracts completely from what's just gone before. It doesn't feel like a traditional handing over. And I think, and you see a lot of 13 fans complaining about this as well, which I understand completely. That brief moment of David Tennant coming back completely overshadowed everything in the episode, and especially Jodie's departure. And obviously with every regeneration there is a bit of focus on, oh my gosh, there's a new doctor and everything, but largely people will discuss the actual, the previous doctor leaving, whereas with this the majority of people are just ignoring Jodie and solely focusing on David Tennant. That's the only interesting thing to most people. So it's strange. I understand why people are quite upset about it, but it was always going to end up being this way. If you were going to have this degeneration take place, there was always going to be an inordinate amount of focus on David Tennant rather than Jodie. There was no way to get around that, I suppose. But it's a shame for Jodie that she's just getting forgotten in this way.
I do want to slightly shift some blame off of RTD here, because I do think in terms of a Doctor's final scene and final moments, as sweet and optimistic and innocent, I guess, is sort of fitting for the vague idea of her character, as Jodie's final scene is, at the same time, I think it's hard for that scene to really land at all, because it also feels kind of at a remove from the bizarre places her emotional arc has gone over the course of her tenure, and, the bizarre way she just told Yaz to fuck off, and it just feels like it's floating in a void, and it can't really land or hit the way that maybe, Tennant's final scene or Smith's final scene did. I'm leaving out Capaldi's final scenes because I'm not a fan of those. But, I think the final moments of the Doctor, there's maybe a tradition of them being kind of a big deal in and of themselves, just because of how signified and ostentatious they can be. And 13s just aren't, and I think they can't be because of how her era has gone up to this point.
So the David Tennant situation, I certainly don't blame RTD for it at all, because in a sense it is also, as you say, Chibnall's fault that Jodie's final scene was so forgettable, to the point that there's only one line I can there's only like 2 lines I can sort of vaguely remember from it. It never stuck with me in any way, to the point I didn't even get emotional at it, and I thought I was going to. It just feels, as you say, so disconnected, to the point that even the fact that there's such a massive location shift to this place that we've not seen before, that she just goes there specifically to regenerate.
Forbidden Rock.
Yeah, just so they have that sort of shot, like the wide shot of, her standing on the cliff edge. It just feels absolutely no connection at all to what's just come before. It's got no connection to, her companions. I fully believe she didn't really have a character arc, but it's also got no connection to what little there was of that. It was a very weird choice to have it so separated. So yeah, for the idea of getting overshadowed, I place more blame on Chibnall than on the idea of bringing David Tennant back, because that always had to happen. That was always going to be the plan for, well, no, it wasn't always going to be, but you know what I mean? That was going to be the plan for what was going ahead. So, but the onus was on Chibnall to make it an impactful scene, and I don't think he managed that.
That's a really interesting point about how liminal the space itself is. She goes to somewhere we've never been before, a totally new location that is itself sort of a bridge in the way that I can't remember what it's called, but that rock is a big arch. And it's a bridge space, and the scene goes on, and halfway through it jumps to a new scene which feels different visually and tonally and clashes with the one before. So she specifically goes to a liminal space for this really liminal scene that is all walking that boundary between two eras that have a very clear line dividing them. It's an interesting creative decision. Everyone else is regenerated. Well, everyone else is regenerated in the TARDIS, at least for the revival. There's also the thing of structurally, New Who having a little tag on scene of the next Doctor sort of always bumps. The writers have to work really hard, especially on both ends. It tends to work, I think, when one person is writing both the before and after scene, but there's always some amount of bump there that I think is more structural than on either of the writers.
I think the bump is usually, I think, played with to a deliberate extent. Well, Moff certainly played with it that way. You know, having 11's really rambunctious and hyperactive opening scene come after Tennant's self-pity, and then having 12's sort of mania come after 11's melancholy sort of reflectiveness. It's a sense of like, okay, sad time's over, we need to get going, get on with our lives. Whereas even in that sense, this one with Tennant is very different, because rather than being, oh, hey, I'm alive again, cool, it's like, what? References?
Speaking of bumps, showrunner bumps, there's two little bits on the Chibnall to RTD transition I just wanted to read out. One is interesting to me. It kind of reminds me of Matt a little bit. And it's Doctor Who magazine are asking, could you ever return as the Dr. Jodie? And Jodie says, I would love to, yeah. She says without a moment's hesitation. I know I should probably be more mysterious about it, but I'm putting it out there that I'm available. If anyone's reading this who's involved in Doctor Who, Russell, I'm here. Do you remember in 2014, Matt seemed a little bit regretful. Like he seemed to waver a little. Did I leave Doctor Who a year too early? I sometimes got this vibe that he regretted leaving. I don't think Jodie's regretting it, but it's like with Eccleston and Capaldi and some other actors, there's kind of a space where you can see they're kind of putting it aside. I don't think this is a good or bad thing at all. I just think it's fascinating that she's still so in love with the role and, totally happy to return to it whenever. I think that's interesting on her part.
I don't know if this is something that's consciously that she's aware of, or or if she feels this way, because she certainly seemed happy enough with everything Chibnall wrote for her. But from my perspective, it almost doesn't surprise me that she's so eager to continue, because personally it feels like her character got no development and no closure. So there wasn't any point where, from her perspective, and again, I'm not speaking for her, this is what I am viewing, but it didn't feel like there's any natural end point, where you reach it and you go, okay, I've done everything I wanted to do, everything I could do with this character, now I'm happy to pass it on. For example, Capaldi had his own arc sort of ongoing, and he had that point where you were like, yeah, it's time to go, and I don't know, Jodie just never got that moment because she never really had a character arc, and I've got a lot to say about that, but certainly I don't know if that contributed to it. And like I said, she might not be consciously aware of it, she might not even think these same things, but from the perspective of a viewer, that's certainly how it feels. To the point that I feel it feels bizarre that the era is over, because it never felt like it actually started, because we never had any sense of a journey or progression. The 13th Doctor that we had at the end was basically the exact same 13th Doctor that we began with. So it just feels like it's an unfinished story. There was something unwritten, something that wasn't covered. And like I said, I don't know how Jodie feels or what she thinks, or but certainly as a viewer it was quite unsatisfying.
before I reply to that, I want to get out this other quote I'm trying to get out, which is just Chibnall saying again that he always knew what he was going to do for the ending. No, Chibnall didn't make any effort to dovetail with incoming showrunner Russell T Davies' plans. No, because I wrote it before I knew Russell was taking over. I had my suspicions about what was going to happen, but when I had it confirmed, I said to Russell, this is going to work very nicely. This whole story is the perfect lead up to. Chris pauses before smiling. What happens next? We alluded to that quote earlier. There it is. On what Astra said, yeah, I agree big time. It's the 11th Doctor was so... He couldn't stop in one place. He had all this energy and he hated endings. And his last story is he stops and he slows down and he stays in the one spot for centuries. And it's such a character arc. He wouldn't have done this at the start and he does it now. He's changed. The 10th Doctor, his last story, it interrogates his vanity. Not everyone liked how it did it, but in really interesting ways that he didn't want to change, and he gets quite snarly about it. And it brings a lot of things full. His last line, whether you love it or hate it, it's a really telling line about the character, and we can see the characters. We've learnt more about him over time, and he's changed over time. The 9th Doctor, that's like the clearest character arc out of any of the New Who ones, how he goes. Yeah, Jodie, it's
12.
I love the omission of 12 in that little list there.
But 12 doesn't really know how to doctor. He comes out of it and goes, crap, do I really know how to be the Doctor? And then works his way through to literally explaining it, sitting down, given a bullet point list. Here's how you do it. Here's how you be the Doctor. Very, very clear arc. Not so much here.
I know, Gig, when we talk about Woman Who Fell to Earth, I know something that bugs both of us is where, like, Matt or David or Eccleston get a lot to do in their first episodes. Like, the actors can show you, I can do this and I can do that, and they get a bit of a arc of their own over the course of the episode to show off their acting skills a bit. Jodie, I don't feel like she was provided with all the material to kind of show off a lot of different sides in her first episode. And I also felt kind of like that with the last episode. So it's like, in the macro sense, this character hasn't got an arc. And in the micro sense, she's kind of sidelined for her last episode as well. She feels quite ill-served here and overall to me.
But fundamentally, that's true of pretty much her whole era. She has not been given much range to actually play. And most of that is on the writing. I think maybe you could maybe inch towards accusing the actor of not taking all the opportunities on offer, but that's not really the point. I think just generally on the whole, both for her first episode, the last episode, and all across the course of her 3 seasons, we have not seen much in the way of range. There have been a few distinct modes, like the sort of gung-ho children's TV presenter, the whoa, oh my god, what's happening? I'm techno-babbling. And then the sort of solemn, oh, things are bad, time is swirling around me. And then maybe occasionally a bit of I have the world on my shoulders. Stop talking to me, Yaz. There's that. And then, but in terms of the nuances and the little grey areas between them, and just a really the sense of the sheer texture that performances even Tom Baker's, even some classic Who ones had, has just not really been provided.
Before we get into some of the emotional unavailability and ultimate arc as it was intended or not with Jodie, I want to talk about Yaz, because I think that's kind of key to unlocking 13 as well. On this topic of what the actors get given, the Doctor Who magazine 583 said of this story, it's a story that puts Yaz front and center of the drama. She gets lots of standoffs, action bits, emotional parts, says Mandip. Everything we've been working towards sort of comes to fruition. Jodie agrees. Me and Mandip have been side by side throughout it all, so I love that she's given so much depth and such a wealth of work to do in this final story.
Well, work is an accurate way of phrasing it. I think that sort of reflects how Chibnall kind of conceptualizes the characters' roles in these stories as well, just to do work of solving bits of plot and moving bits of plot around, rather than work in the sense of character exploration or actual depth or growth. I think just work is how you can characterize a lot of stuff in Chip Who episodes. Like the third act of this story is just the Doctor doing work, to solve the various plot threads. All of the Vanquishers is 3 Doctors doing work to tidy the story away.
The whole second half of this story is just each plot thread one by one gets individually dealt with by, doing a thing, doing some work, putting on some goggles. There's no neatness there. It's just saving the day is doing a thing.
Yeah. With Yaz, so we recently released something we called The Tragedy of Yaz, where we looked at Yaz scenes from every episode besides this one of the era, along with lots of cast and crew comments and paratext to track Yaz's progression or regression of Yaz and Thasmin across the era. And one of the kind of big points, one of the kind of thesis statements we got out of that was that despite lots of talk from the producers and sometimes the cast about how this era is really character focused, the writing of Yaz was so back and forth and wavering and inconsistent that we think it would be kinder to pin it as a product of disinterest in the character, writerly disinterest, since the treatment of her across the era comes off as so callous. Yaz progresses and regresses with little rhyme or reason. She gets increasingly infantilized, sometimes explicitly infantilized in the text. It's all a big discredit to the skills of Mandip as an actor and the initial promise of Yaz as a character. Yaz starts off as a character with her own ambitions, being held down by characters and mentors who condescend to her when she already has all this promise and confidence and abilities. And over time, she morphs into someone whose ambitions almost singularly revolve around the Doctor, who's an older woman who very frequently patronizes her when she can remember that Yaz exists at all. The show seems to more than once forget both Yaz's would-be confidence-gaining arcs, as well as forget the suggestions of her romantic attachment to the Doctor. And I'm not being snarky when I say forget. I really literally mean forget, because we have actual explicit comments from the producers saying they forgot. So, off the back of that, I want to ask two things. One, Gig, am I missing anything important from all that Yaz tragedy stuff? And two, how does all that stuff factor into how Yaz was treated in her last episode?
Well, one, I think you more or less got the gist of the tragedy of Yaz. And I would have put more emphasis on the sheer incuriosity in general, just because that's such a huge thing, not just with Yaz, but the whole era. But in terms of how that plays into this episode, it's interesting because with Yaz, there are two sides, I think. In the main plot, Yaz is doing a lot of work, as we said. She even flies the TARDIS around. She picks people up. She does all this stuff, although she is being assisted by the hologram Doctor most of the time. And then in the final minutes of the episode, Yaz seems to go back to just fading into the background. She gets barely anything to say in her final ever scenes. Her wishes don't matter. Her thoughts barely matter. Mandip gets to pull some really good, distraught faces. She's great, but she never gets to say how she feels. It's just repression, silence, just muteness. And it's just all about the Doctor, the Doctor, the Doctor. The Doctor does a speech. Graham does a speech. Yaz just gets barely anything to say. And it's just, I think it just, that discrepancy between Yaz doing lots of work in the main part of the episode and just getting utterly shat on the emotional side just epitomizes, I think, how Yaz has wound up, because she's there to serve a function, but she's not there to be a source of interest as a character, as a person.
I think this is the bigger embarrassment than Fading to Black would have been, because all the talk of the character focus and everything, and we have the longest serving TV companion. I think the only TV companion that bridged like the whole reign of a showrunner. This character who should have all that kind of stature in the show because of how long she's lasted. And they just forget about her, or they don't care about it. I don't know which one's worse, really.
I want to say I really loved the podcast, the 9-hour Yaz podcast. I thought it was a really thorough
Thank you.
interrogation and very well evidenced. And I think that it was so entirely vindicated by this episode in the general ways that you've talked about, but very specifically in the sense that Yaz as a character, if we're to, treat this as a real diegetic relationship, Yaz as a character is held in place by the Doctor. I don't think it's just the structure of the narrative that keeps her where she is. I think through that structure, what actually happens, and you see it in this episode, is the Doctor herself is a hierarchical, controlling force over her. the point in this plot where Yaz gets the stuff to do and edges towards taking on Doctorhood in the sort of Clara Moffat sense, is when the Doctor's not there. When she gets, cut from the narrative, and replaced with an evil, manipulative person in her body. I'm sure we'll get onto all that meta insanity of Master Regeneration, but fascinating to me, that 10-minute chunk in the middle of the episode where the Doctor turns into someone manipulative and evil and controlling, who is still doing the role of the Doctor, and still wants Yaz as a companion in exactly the same way as 13 wants Yaz as a companion to not do anything. And Yaz is forced to, commandeer the TARDIS and take over. The thing that I noticed that I thought was fascinating is that Yaz delegates tasks. Yaz picks up Ace for falling from a skyscraper, which is very impressive TARDIS piloting. Well done. And then she drops Yaz drops Ace in a volcano and goes, well, you can probably deal with this, can't you? Which is so opposite to how 13 in the same kind of role has acted all era, where she doesn't. She doesn't trust the agency of anyone except herself. She doesn't give people tasks beyond, in this episode, holding a button on the console. But Yaz is a figure who can delegate, who doesn't try to keep that sort of iron grip on agency and deny it to other people. I think it's really fascinating, this episode, and especially that middle section, in how it absolutely explodes that relationship as something horrible and controlling and hierarchical, and then that doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't pay off. Yaz, the post-its, which I love. I think it's amazing. Having a companion have been taking notes on post-its and putting them around the TARDIS to figure out how to fly it. But if you read the post-its, which I did because I'm a dog, they're all explicitly secret notes. They're not the Doctor helping her learn how to fly the TARDIS. They're Yaz taking notes in her own time of stuff that the Doctor has said. She's fighting against the Doctor for agency, for control in the narrative. And she loses. Fascinating. I think it's so interesting.
Listening to you talk about that, and the way in which, when Chibnall puts a companion into the sort of commandeering the TARDIS Doctor role, she ends up giving her helpers more agency in the way that 13 didn't. It reminds me of back in Series 11 when we were getting all this shit about a flat team structure and making it less hierarchical with 13, and that didn't happen, but it only happened now with Yaz, when it's quote unquote companion doing the interacting with other quote unquote companions like Ace. So in the sense that because they have the same rank almost, they can interact in a healthier way, whereas the Doctor is floating above all of them.
I think this nets together the relationship and the interpersonal troubles with the era with the political ones, in that the whole thing just isn't interested in interrogating the hierarchy. It goes Doctor at the top, companions below, Doctor's at the summit, everyone else is less important and has less agency, and we're not going to ask why that is, or think about why that needs changing. We're just not going to investigate that idea at all. And I think that sums up the politics of the era on a personal and, societal level pretty well.
Yeah, I think it's quite classic how it's only when the person in charge is a quote-unquote bad one that Yaz takes the initiative to shove the master out the door and shut the door and take control. That has so many political resonances. The idea that we just need some good billionaires at the top, it's that thing all over again, isn't it?
And there's no way that the Doctor could be bad unless she's literally turned into a bad person. She takes on the form of a bad person because that's the only way she can be wrong about stuff.
I want to see how Chibnall framed Yaz and Mandip for this episode. He said, it's a big episode for Yaz, and it's the last chapter in her story, and there is a lot of things that she has to deal with in the story. I really wanted it to feel big for Yaz as an episode, and I really think it does. And then he goes into a lot of praise for Mandip. Really, really nice praise. He calls her amazing, one of the best human beings ever. She needs to lead all the television shows, that kind of stuff. He says, we really lucked out when we cast her because you never know, and to have her along for the whole of Jodie's era, she is as defining of it as Jodie is. The journey that her character has gone on, it's so broad. My admiration for Mandip is unlimited.
He's not wrong about Yaz defining this era. He's not wrong at all there.
It's just, I don't know what he's thinking. The journey that she's gone on, which one? The same one that she's gone on and failed on and done, multiple times. Like, he recognizes how fantastic Mandip is and that she defines the era as much as her co-star. It just makes it all look worse to me that he thinks it worked.
I think the fact the literal final chapter of Yaz's story is what it is, in the sense of her just being told, okay, go away now, Yaz, go to the companion support group, sit there, kind of brood, be miserable, be alone. I think that is symbolizing a general attitude, not just towards Yaz, but I think towards the whole idea of a companion. And maybe I'll rant about that later, but I think there's something suffusing this episode which just doesn't shine a very nice light on the idea of companions or the show generally.
Astra, what are you feeling about how Yaz was served here?
Well, so in that whole episode, I initially believed that she did, so she got more than she usually does. I was surprised that she was getting so much to do, but then of course, as we were saying, it was undercut by the fact that on the emotional side of things she got nothing. But I will say I did notice during the episode, and probably because I was paying more attention to her because Dan wasn't there, Mandip was really, really good. In terms of her acting, I thought she was absolutely brilliant in that episode, which makes it sting all the more that her character did not get the focus that she deserved. And I think when you start going into questions of was she well served by the narrative, you also get into questions of the whole Thasmin situation, which is a can of worms on its own. But I think that sense that they forgot about major aspects of her is tragic, but it's not unexpected, everything that happened in the episode with Yaz getting forgotten about was exactly what I came to, assume, it really does typify Chibnall's era.
I think you'd probably be able to speak to this better than me. The thing with a lot of Yaz and Thasmin stuff is because there's this kind of emptiness or vacuousness there, the fans kind of create stuff to fill in those gaps, and they make better stuff, like the fanfic and the fan art. And the whole Thasmin idea, it was like a feedback loop, wasn't it? There was stuff in the show, and then fans boosted it, and then the producers noticed it, and Mandip said, let's put this more in the show, and so it got more in the show, and then they forgot about it, and then the fans did more of it and boosted. So it's like the fans crafted part of this themselves, I think. So the idea of fans can create something, often something good or better than the show itself is doing. And the flip side of that is there's a hole in the show. And I think a really interesting hole in this episode was, do you guys know what I'm talking about if I say the kiss that never was?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. Back in the standard definition days of Classic Who, you could get away with thinking something may be happening in the frame that we can't quite discern. And even back in the 1080p regular high definition days of New Who, you could probably get away with what's going on in the background of that shot. Maybe it's this, maybe it's that. But we live in a 4K world now. This episode was broadcast in glorious 4K HDR. That's how I watched it, which means I can zoom in very, very closely into shots. And so there's nowhere to hide, for better or worse. And so this shot, when Yaz does this really epic, she's picked up the Doctor the way that... Remember all the promo pictures for Asylum of the Daleks? It was honestly kind of weird how it was like Eleven's this really macho hero carrying an unconscious Amy. It was very weirdly gendered action hero kind of promotion for Moffat Who. Anyway, we've got two women doing it here. Yaz has picked up the Doctor and it looks very cool and it looks pretty romantic, and she's carrying the Doctor and she kind of turns her face towards the Doctor. And I saw lots of people, and my heart goes out to them in a lot of ways. I feel like one of them more than I feel like not one of them, if that makes sense. They think, oh, Yaz has kissed the Doctor. It's a pretty weird way to fulfill some of the Thasmin stuff that it's not talked about, but it happens. And us clever fans who pay attention, noticed it, and that's our reward and everything. And that's all great, but we live in 4K now, and so we can look really closely, and that did not happen. There was no kiss.
And we live in 2022, and Chibnall can and should do a damn sight better than a blink and you miss it alleged kiss on the cheek, which did not happen. I wish it did, only because it would have been something, but it didn't happen. And Chibnall should have done better. And I don't know if you can tell, but I have a lot of rage in me about the whole Thasmin situation and how Chibnall so thoroughly failed the fans. But I'll probably let Oliver speak first before I go into my rant.
I just wanted to add, before you explode in what I'm sure will be an amazing fireworks display, that it's so binary. It's something you talked about in the Yaz video, is how it all comes down to whether a thing did or didn't happen.
Yep.
So the kiss didn't happen, oh no, but if we zoom really close on a blurry screen capture from iPlayer, maybe it did happen. And if it did happen, the narrative is good.
Never mind, she was unconscious at the time.
She was unconscious. It's, the fact that it's out of focus and miles away, like that Star Wars gay kiss in the background.
Yeah.
That doesn't even count. It doesn't... And I think that's a view of the show that the show at the moment encourages. This kind of idea that that what's important is whether something is or isn't true, rather than the nuances of what it means for it to be true. The Doctor regenerates into the Master, and so then is the Master. Binary, just it flips from one to the other. Because identity is solid blocks of one thing or another thing. And so this is a case of it. If there is a kiss, then it's a great romance that's well made. And if there's not a kiss, then it's not.
The same thing goes for the classic Who callbacks. Like, if the old actors are in the episode, then that's a great return. It doesn't matter how you do that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter about doing these things justice as long as you do them.
Which the hologram as well. We'll get around to the hologram, but I've got things about that hologram.
Yep. Astra.
I'm ready to explode in rage. Okay, Neil, feel free to bleep as much of my swearing as you want.
I won't.
But with regards to Thasmin, Chris Chibnall, how fucking dare you? I have never been so disgusted by a showrunner. So, I would rather they have not mentioned Thasmin at all than to do what they did with it here. Because it should not be the case that these fans should have heartbreak and disappointment when... So, Chris Chibnall decided to throw them a bone by having Yaz's feelings actually textual and canonical, and yes, it was something that was referenced earlier on. It's not like it came out of absolutely nowhere, but on the same note, there was no expectation from the earlier stuff that anything would happen, and I think fans were content with that in a sense. Everyone always hopes that, their ship will become canon, but nobody fully expects it, especially when it's not been set up as an explicit absolute storyline, which it wasn't, even though there were hints that it could have. But to take Yaz and to take the Doctor and to make it explicitly canon, let's not get into sort of discussions about what canon is in Doctor Who, but to put it on screen that Yaz has feelings for the Doctor, is in love with the Doctor, and similarly, the Doctor feels something in return for Yaz. To put that out there and then to never deliver on it. And by deliver on it, I mean just acknowledge it. They did not acknowledge it in any capacity. And that quote, is that true that they forgot about it? That they forgot?
Yeah.
That is, it's disgusting. Because honestly, it pisses me off so much that he would do this, and the whole production team, I suppose, would do this to fans to get their hopes up, to dangle this carrot in front of them, and not even yank it away. Just forget the carrot was ever there in the first place. It's not like we got a conversation where, there's explicit rejection. I suppose you could say that, in a sense, there was, where the Doctor said that a whole conversation about how if I was going to, date anyone or whatever, it would be with you. That didn't read as an explicit rejection. That read as a setup for her changing her mind. And I'm like, as I said before, in a previous podcast, Thasmin, the way I viewed it, Thasmin was going to get concluded in some way, because why the fuck would you introduce it so close to the end and put such emphasis on it in the previous 2 episodes only to forget about it entirely? So I assumed that there was going to be some sort of conclusion. I assumed it was going to be heartbreaking in some way, because it had to be, unless there was going to be a last minute, situation with 10-2, like the equivalent of that. Like Rose got, it was always going to be a disappointment. It's always going to be a heartbreak. However, it was going to get acknowledged. It was going to be acknowledged as some sort of storyline. So instead what we got all the heartbreak without any of the closure. I cannot believe that Chris Chibnall would introduce this and fail to deliver on it, to disappoint young queer fans who were so happy about this being introduced, so happy about being seen on screen, being acknowledged like that, to just be chucked off to the side and forgotten about. Like, absolutely not. And this is something that Yaz didn't really have a storyline. Like, she didn't have a character arc until this was introduced. This was her major emotional moment. It should have been her moment. It should have also been the Doctor's moment, because consistently all throughout this era, the Doctor has been pushing Yaz away, been pushing others away. Would it not make sense that in the last episode, after they failed to create a character arc for basically every one of their main characters, they could have rescued that a little bit by having some sort of closure to this one storyline they did introduce that could have been interesting, that could have been major for both the characters, and they just didn't. Like, it is shocking. I got my hopes up. I was expecting the whole time there was going to be something major. Now, whether they don't really discuss it, but there was a kiss, or maybe there was no kiss, but they discussed it, it didn't matter. As long as there was some acknowledgement of it. That scene with Yaz carrying the Doctor back to the TARDIS, that was wonderful. It was romantic.
Yeah.
I loved it. That was a great scene. It's genuinely probably one of my absolute favourite shots in the whole episode, possibly the whole era. I just love everything about it. And yet, when it came down to it, in those final moments, particularly when they were sitting on top of the TARDIS and looking out over Earth, that should have been it. That should have been the moment. They should have had a conversation. They should have kissed. They should even have hugged. And how shocking is it that in the behind the scenes, we actually get a hug between Jodie and Mandip when they're sitting on top of that TARDIS, and it's genuinely heartfelt. It's a lovely photo. But the fact is, fans had to Photoshop in the background of the Earth from that scene, because we didn't even get a hug in the episode. We didn't absolute baseline, the least amount we could have gotten, a hug, and we didn't get that. What the actual fuck? Because it's not even a closure for Yaz as the Doctor's friend. She didn't even get proper emotional closure in that context, but let alone as a potential, romantic partner. The idea that Yaz didn't even deserve some sort of big emotional moment with the Doctor. She would just get told to piss off and go back to Earth and go back to her life that, as far as we were aware, wasn't very good, because we had a whole episode to show that she was dealing with severe depression, and now she's been chucked back on Earth on her own. This person that she loved, that she idolised, who was her world for so many years, just told her to piss off, and then she will never see the Doctor again. And now she's back on Earth. What's she going to do? Just return to her regular job? Like go back to being being in the police? Like, it is mind-boggling that Chibnall would drop the ball so fucking hard. Not just in terms of the romance, but in terms of Yaz as a character. But why the fuck? It just brings me back to, why the fuck would you introduce this a few episodes before the end? If you're going to forget about it, you're never going to have any closure. You should not have introduced it at all. It should not have been a thing. Let it stay in the minds of fans where they can enjoy it, and there is some sort of happiness in it for them rather than this heartbreak that you have forced upon them just because you were too fucking incompetent to finish a story that you began. Rant over. I'm so angry. Anyway.
It was well said.
Thank you.
Hear.
There was a relevant recent quote from Chibnall that I think kind of gives some insight as to his mindset of why he did all this shit. And he gave it to Digital Spy recently. Yes. He said, they asked him like, why didn't you introduce? Do you, in retrospect, wish Tasman was introduced sooner? And he said the following: I'm happy with the slow burn drip feed approach because I think that hopefully you should feel like you want more because it would be worse if you want less. I feel like the story shape of it is really nice, but I think it feels right for the Doctor, adds Chris. Let's be honest, it's ultimately a doomed romance because the Doctor is not going to be the Doctor quite soon, you know? So really, it's designed to come to that point where it can't. We've all had those romances where you go, we should be together, but it's just impossible. And that's the story we wanted to tell about that.
It's such a full circle thing, isn't it? Because when you start out discussing Tasman, I think we go to that pre-Series 11 Digital Spy interview with Strevens, the other exec, where he says, LGBT representation, you got it. It's a coming. It's going to be a whopper. He talks up all the great representation the show's about to have. And he even says we're continuing, the DNA of Russell T Davies with how we're going to keep doing LGBT representation. Now we circle around to the end of the era, and it's Digital Spy again, and it's Chibnall talking to them, and just this insanity.
You know what we got? Do you know what our LGBT representation was? A lot of dead gay people. And Yaz, whose feelings are forgotten about. Just forgotten about.
The amazing thing here is this Digital Spy article Gig brought up. The title is Doctor Who's Final Jodie Whittaker Episode Fails the Doctor and Yaz. So this is an exclusive interview with Chibnall, and the article is really negative. The headline is negative, and the article itself, its commentary is negative. Like, to continue on with where Gig read out, the article itself says, so not Chibnall, the article writer says, that's all well and good, but the problem here is that there isn't really much of a love story whatsoever. It's all doomed and no romance, which isn't really a good look when it's also the very first time the Doctor has even been portrayed in such a queer light. In his answer, Chibnall also suggested that it's very hard to do those stories in Doctor Who, referring to romance in general. Chibnall, you can't keep it going for that long because there's always planets to save or monsters to deal with and all of that kind of stuff.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. I'm actually going to allowed. Okay, what the... Has he not watched Doctor Who? I mean, has he not watched New Who? He's like... At this point, I'm genuinely convinced he has not seen any of the previous years of the show with the consistency in which he refers to, this has never happened before, and when it's happened a previous season, or can't do fucking romance in Doctor.
I mean, we have a Dalek in this episode, be like the first good Dalek when Capaldi's last episode, which I assume they watched because Jodie's in that one, had a good Dalek, and there's the Gallifrey's in a bubble. No, it's not. There's a bunch of weird disconnections, not just thematically. That's normal for any past Doctor era with this era, but like plot-wise with Capaldi's era. So we can talk about his interaction with that.
I kind of wonder if the issue with Chibnall was not forgetting New Who, but that he's one of those people who watched New Who and was like, oh no, I don't like this companion romance. Oh, the companion's too important. Rose is too important. Clara's too important. So which is why you get with Yaz, you get that whole scenario in Revolution of the Daleks when she's in the same situation as Rose in Parting of the Ways, left with an empty TARDIS, wants to find the Doctor. She can't do shit. Doctor just comes back on her own. It's this whole pattern with just the way in which Chib's attitude towards Yaz and towards companions just seems to be so at odds with the sheer compassion and empathy that New Who has treated companions like up to this point. It's so blatant. It just makes me wonder if there's like a vein of contempt running through there to how RTD brought back the show and how Moffat continued it.
It's a really fanish impulse to go, this is just how the show has to work, right? This is how it has worked, so it's how it will continue to work. Even ignoring the fact that there have been romances in Doctor Who and that all real-life romances end in some way, sadly.
As Moffat has been keen to remind us this year.
And how you present that is a matter of framing. Right, everything ends and it's always sad, but where you place the emphasis is all important, and obviously introducing a romance with 2 and a bit episodes left it isn't key to getting the most out of it. But like Astra said, it's not about having a happy ending necessarily. It's about framing the romance in a way where it's in focus and the characters have agency, and that is explored. There's ways of doing that and still ending with the Doctor flying off forever and going on new adventures and having to leave someone behind that don't feel like this crap, right?
Yes, you can have a satisfying ending, you can have closure that doesn't necessarily need to be happy. And I'm not saying that Thasmin had to end in the most romantic, happy possible way. However, if he was really determined to do a doomed romance, then he could have at least written a fucking doomed romance. He didn't.
Mm-hmm.
As the article writer said, it's more doomed than romance. There's,
It's what gets me here is I get that Chibnall's maybe disconnected with the Capaldi eras for whatever reason. That's kind of been established, but he feels connected to Russell T Davies' first era to me, the Judoon, the Ood, the kind of the pattern of the show in general, the destroying Gallifrey again. I feel some connection to the first Russell T Davies era with Chibnall. And Series 3 of that era had what I used to assume would kind of be the model for the Yaz Thasmin story, in that Martha has unrequited love for the 10th Doctor, and eventually she realizes, I can do better than this. That the Doctor's not really caring for me, so what? I'm going to ascend above this, I'm going to self-actualize as a person. I still like you, Doctor, and we'll still hang out sometime, more on my terms, but, this is me swanning off. I've grown as a person. I'm not going to simper after you anymore. And I used to assume, well, that's where I'll take the Thasmin stuff. They've raised the romance idea, but the Doctor's clearly not that into it, it seems. So you will end it with, a nice way for Yaz growing as a person.
Can we do a tiny little close read on that ice cream scene?
Yeah.
Because I think it's absolutely fascinating. Because Yaz spends the whole time going, I don't want it to end. I want to stay with you. Let's not say goodbye. It's about how she doesn't want this to end. Explicitly, she is not ready to move on. She hasn't outgrown the Doctor or grown into self-respect that means she doesn't need the Doctor in the way that Martha does. She is desperate to keep going. And, as I'm sure we'll talk about, there's no reason she has to leave, apart from the Doctor decides to. And the Doctor's reply to that very specific, very personal interaction and plea, basically, that they could stay together as a couple, the Doctor says, nobody else got to live our days. Romantic. Nobody. And my hearts are so full of love for all of you.
God.
For companions in general. I love the idea of you guys who tag along. That's what she says. That's what it's about. She doesn't engage with the romance just at all.
It really reminds me, I don't know if you've ever seen this picture. It's like a Facebook photo of a young man and a young woman, and I think they're hugging or something. And the guy comments on it saying, "We look like a couple here." And the girl comments, "A couple of besties."
that is genuinely the way that Thasmin was presented in the show. Genuinely. Every single time Yaz insinuated anything, the Doctor just shut her right down. And she put Yaz on the same level as Graham and Ryan and Dan. which worries me, because remember her line from what's the Sea Devils episode where she was like that, if I was gonna, do that romance stuff with anyone, it'd be with you. But if Yaz is on the same level as Ryan and Graham and Dan, what does that say? She's just a polycule. They should have just all dated each other.
Might be awkward with Graham and Ryan, I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe not those two. Maybe not those.
You can have a story that is generally about, an abstraction of a role. In a lot of ways, the Clara story is about companions generally, but that relationship is never made general. It is a specific relationship between two people in a way that is respected as if it exists. and it is about the intensity of that specific relationship between two people. Where here, the Doctor is literally talking in generalities and abstractions about how much she loves the idea of having her friends. And then she boots Yaz out because, like past companions who've stayed on over the course of a regeneration, the point has been that this is going to be difficult. The 11th Doctor calls Clara up to say, hey, this is tough, but I trust you and I want you there for me to help me. And the Doctor here goes, well, I'm about to change, so, go away.
Oh, that's actually interesting, right? Because when you really think about it, the previous Doctors, you did not get the sense at all that they wanted to be alone. In fact, some of them weren't. And even Capaldi, when he regenerated, he was alone, but you didn't feel he wanted to be. Yeah. He had to say goodbye to Bill and Nardole, or the holograms of them or whatever. But he didn't. You didn't get the feeling that he wanted to be alone. He had that really emotional moment with saying goodbye to them because they had to go, But for some reason, 13, who has been so gung-ho about, my fam, my pals, my friends, my buddies, my chums, she's been so gung-ho about that. Yet in her final moments, she insists that she has to be alone. And really what it feels like to me partially is that is the desire for that, the big cliff shot and everything came in sort of bumped heads with what actually makes sense for her character.
Yeah.
In a sense. They wanted to have their cake and eat it too. They wanted to have a Doctor who was very much all about her fam, but then on the same note they wanted this big fancy, shot of her regenerating. It just doesn't really, the two things don't really gel. So her making that conscious choice to go and be alone at a moment where you would assume she would want someone there with her for support, because historically the Doctor has benefited from having some sort of support, especially immediately post-regeneration. It just doesn't really make sense to me.
I think whenever Chibnall talks, or indeed writes, about how it has to be this way, it's a doomed romance because the Doctor's not going to be the Doctor anymore, and that just means Yaz has to leave because, and he doesn't interrogate the premise there, or whether that is even true, whether it makes any sense. He is eliding or disguising the realities, which is that he created the parameters for all of this. He created this whole situation, and of course he has to boot Yaz and 13 off the show because he's losing control of it, in the next episode. So what he's doing is he's kind of evading responsibilities and disguising it in that way, in a way that's very familiar. I think, not to go on a soapbox, but whenever you hear, say, new Prime Minister Rishi Sunak or leader of the opposition Keir Starmer talk about how tough choices will have to be made, we're going to have to make tough choices, guys, and of course they mean tough on all of you, not tough for them. They are deliberately keeping expectations low because they have no interest in the actual tough route, i.e. challenging the status quo. And for Chib, the tough route would be writing genuine emotional material for these characters. He can't be asked, right? So when Chib talks about how, well, it's doomed because the Doctor's going to regenerate, it's just doomed. It's a slow burn approach because that's what we wanted to say. It's a doomed romance. He's not talking about the fact he created the parameters that led to this. He chose to cram this into the last 3 episodes. He chose to consider Thasmin resolved in Sea Devils. He did all of this, but he's just not acknowledging his own culpability in that fact. He's insisting things have to be this way, but he's just disguising the actual responsibilities there. And the same goes for everyone who's made excuses for him these last 4 years, because there have been so many excuses, haven't there?
Gig, what was that quote in Tragedy about Chib saying, so when we got the queer romance idea, of course we had to put it on the back burner. Of course we had to leave it till the end. Do you remember that?
Yeah, we can slow burn that.
Slow burn it.
It was the default assumption he made, and he does not interrogate that. He does not confess to any culpability on his part in that. He just assumes it's the natural thing, the inevitable thing. He talks about it like there is no alternative, and that is the prevailing rhetoric that you just see everywhere for why the world has to be shit all the time.
You know what it reminds me of? The way that, if something happens in a show or whatever, and fans talk about it as if the characters have agency of their own, that instead of like the showrunner or the writer or whoever, instead of them creating these situations and choosing what the characters do, they speak about it as if the writer's sort of just transcribing actual events and it's a documentary, and therefore the writer has absolutely zero control over the situation or how the characters got into it. That's what it feels like, where Chibnall is going like that. Oh, it had to be a doomed romance, it was always going to end in tears, it's always going to be doomed, and it's like, that's your fucking fault, Christopher. You did that. Honestly, like it's just, there's no excuse for the situation that things ended up with. Like, if he didn't want Thasmin to be doomed, and I guess he did, then he didn't have to write it that way. He was aware of Thasmin long before he ever, explicitly wrote it into the show. So, like, choosing that option, like, put it on the back burner, that was the decision that ended up how we got here today. I mean, he still absolutely dropped the ball with not acknowledging it at all in the final episode, but he made an explicit choice that ended up with Thasmin not getting the room it needs to breathe. So, like, what are you doing? Like, why would you do that? Why would you set yourself up for failure like that?
There's a topic I want to get to that's a straight line. Well, there's a line from what you're saying there about the choice to do Thasmin at the end. There's a topic I want to get to on the back of that. There's two other things I just want to get out first. One is just going on from Oliver's close reading of the ice cream scene, and the other is I want to end the Digital Spy article because that article writer did a really nice job. It's worth reading out loud. The ice cream scene, I don't know if you guys will think I'm crazy or misguided in this, but Oliver said close reading, so I feel allowed to do this. Ice cream specifically, like, ice cream can be a nice date for sure, but I feel like the Doctor, like, offering, our last trip ice cream, it's like, I've spoken a lot about the patronizing kind of stuff or the infantilizing kind of stuff the Doctor does with Yaz as part of the sour tones of that last scene to me. Is the ice cream is just such a final, I'm not really treating you like an adult woman kind of thing. Like, it's the 11th Doctor and Amy in the Night End, the Doctor minisodes back in the day, ice cream is like kind of the symbol of childhood there, and there's a whole thing about childhood memory and childhood with Amy and all that, and the weird childhood / adulthood relationship between Amy and the Doctor there is ice cream's kind of how that's kind of talked about, and it's such a kid-like thing, is that you get an ice cream. I just, for their last scene together, to have ice cream as like the object in the scene, it kind of frustrated me because, yes, adults can have great ice cream dates, but in the context of everything that's come before here, it just felt a little bit like a final fuck you to me. Like that, I'm going to treat you like a little girl again, just like Robertson treated you, just like your police boss treated you, just like the master. Yeah, I didn't like that.
It's also an excuse for their hands to do something other than touch each other, hold hands with each other, anything like that. Nope, too busy eating your ice cream.
Yeah, the lack of hug or anything like that was, it would have been more obvious if they weren't sitting there with something in their hands, like occupying that. So, but yeah, I agree with it completely. It feels like a kick in the teeth. And like, the thing is, you can frame going out for ice cream as like a romantic thing, but of course, added onto the fact that that romance wasn't there in the scene at all, it did make it seem like how do you pronounce this? Well, I'm gonna say a word. I was like, I know, and no, I can't say that. You know what I'm trying to say?
It just means you're well read if you mispronounce it.
Yes, no, infantilizing.
Infantilizing.
That? Yeah. Infantilizing, that's it, sorry. Anyway, that was a struggle.
I'm glad we touched on Good Night, Bad Night, as I've gone on the record as that being my favourite episode of the show.
Oh, they're so interesting.
Your saddest ever memory was at a fairground in 1994. Can you remember why?
No. Hang on, did I drop an ice cream? That can't be my saddest memory.
Remembering ice cream's always sad.
Did we just land? Where are we?
What happened after you dropped the ice cream?
Nothing, I cried. No. No, hang on. There was a lady and she bought me another one.
Oh, good for her. What did she look like?
She looked like she had a funny dress, a night dress. She had red hair. Doctor. I don't understand. Why are you doing this? What is the point?
The nice lady. What did she say to you?
Cheer up. Have an ice cream.
The whole point of the ice cream is, it's like you say, it's an infancy thing, but it is a moment where to address the sort of timey-wimey version of trauma that series of Doctor Who deals with, is it's Amy coming to terms with the fact that her life doesn't make sense, and the getting ice cream for a younger version of herself is a moment of, I think, really quite beautiful self-determination.
Yeah.
She makes herself okay as a child. She can't change the event itself, but she changes things. She changes her own past to make herself okay. It's a moment of extreme and quite cheeky rule bending, in which the companion takes agency over their own life and makes themselves better. And to contrast that with a scene where a companion just has no agency whatsoever and is asking to stay and is just being told, no, you just can't. You're leaving now. It's really gross. Dan's exit is more motivated.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the episode, literally 10 minutes in.
Before we move off the ice cream scene, I just want to address maybe a competing interpretation of it, which I've seen. Because when Yaz says, let's not say goodbye, so they end up leaving each other without saying goodbye, and that whole thing there, I've seen it, it's a cope, basically, but I've seen it put about that maybe the Doctor is trying to, do a kindness to Yaz by not forcing Yaz to see her die, regenerate and turn into someone else, because Yaz is so attached to this version of the Doctor. The idea that maybe it's some sort of kindness to Yaz to go their separate ways before the regeneration. And obviously that is, that's putting aside all the logic we've just talked about, how you can totally stay through a regeneration. But if they take that as read, then they're reading it in a way where it's almost romantic, like reading that repression as a romantic thing. And I think that's kind of twisted, isn't it? To view someone who's going to be changing and dying or something like that, and to just not talk about how you really feel and not be honest with each other in those last moments. I think to portray that as like a romantic thing or a nice thing, I think it's really fucked up.
It's the absolute inverse of the Cloisters.
Yeah.
It's at that final moment not saying anything, not saying the thing. Because 13 just never does. Never says it.
God, the wordless final shots of Yaz and the Doctor looking at each other through the TARDIS door, it's just so awful. So depressing.
I want to finish that Digital Spy article. So we had that bit of Chibnall saying romance in Doctor Who, that'll never work. And then the article writer says, but that doesn't account for why this particular romance ends with so much less passion and fanfare than others seen on the show. If you're on the hunt for excuses still, you could argue that the Doctor's behaviour here is actually in line with what's been established beforehand in the Sea Devils episode, and they talk a bit about that characterisation. But then, if that's the case, why include this story at all? It's one thing to casually introduce a doomed romance, particularly for someone who's as aloof as the Doctor, but it's another to doom the show's first, central, queer romance before it's even had a chance to bloom. When Yaz says it's not right, she's not wrong, because we did need more time. That's something the Doctor usually has in spades, but here we needed more time to develop Thasmin's relationship and to finally centre queerness fully in what's long been a queer show. To do anything less is a disservice to both of these characters and also the show's considerable LGBTQ+ fanbase, and most importantly of all, this is like what Astra said, and most importantly of all, what does this say to all the young queer people watching? The ones who saw themselves in the Doctor and Yaz's growing affection for each other. We suspect that the next era of Doctor Who, ushered in by Russell T Davies, will be intrinsically queer like never before, and that'll be sorely needed more than ever after this. If only we could jump ahead to next year's 60th anniversary specials now, with a TARDIS of our own.
I can say that at least Chibnall's consistent, because he dims the show's first explicit queer romance between the Doctor and companion, and he also dims the show's first female Doctor. So that was harsh, but I've got to be honest, really, I think the most bizarre thing to me about the whole situation, not just Thasmin, but also 13 herself, is that the foundations were there for a character arc, for a story, for a satisfying conclusion for what little there was. In fact, there was foundations there for 13 having a character arc from the very beginning. Now, if I was going to try and figure one out from what there is, I would say that if you think about it, there has been a repeated pattern of 13 pushing people away. Not letting her companions in, putting on this possibly false veneer of upbeat, excitement and happiness. Everything's fine, nothing's wrong, don't worry, So that was fairly consistent. That's probably one of the few consistent things about the Chibnall era. The 13 just pushing people away and, So it would almost make sense that you would have her progression starting out, that sort of, not letting anyone in, but still being sort of friendly and approachable, but you just don't see underneath the surface. And then over time, she learns that actually it's okay to let people in, it's okay to, to connect with people at that deeper level. And funnily enough, the Sea Devils episode touches upon that when the Doctor, I believe she says something along the lines of essentially that she can't, she can't have that with Yaz. It's just not something she's capable of, or something that would be fair to Yaz or whatever. Surely it would make more sense that if you had bumped that Thasmin stuff earlier in the era, you could have tied it in very, very neatly with a potential character arc for 13, where she learns that actually it's okay to let people in, it is okay to be seen at that deeper level, because now, and if you wanted to be really fun about it and really bridge the two eras, you could argue as well that 12's era ends on him being quite dejected and certainly in The Doctor Falls, there's a lot of focus on the idea that he why can't he just lose? Why can't he just give up? Because he's already lost so much and so many people he cares about. He gets to that point, he is ready to give up. Obviously that gets flipped around in his regeneration episode and he ends on a more hopeful note. But you could argue that sort of, and I'm not saying every single Doctor has to have a character arc that leads on directly from the previous one, but you could argue that 12's experiences and those feelings could end up, or could have sort of carried over to 13, where she, as 12 leads off, she's intending to be more optimistic, more positive, all that stuff. But there's this underlying sort of trauma where she can't let anyone in, so she shuts everyone out and she refuses to let her vulnerability be seen. She refuses to acknowledge that anything is ever wrong. So that carries on pretty well from, I think, where 12 left off. That yes, he intended to be more optimistic at going on, but it doesn't change the fact that sure, there was those trauma still there. There was issues not unresolved, but you know what I mean. That was something, and I think 12 did reach that point where he not got over it. But anyway, the point is, all the foundations were there for 13 having this underlying sort of unwillingness to connect. So you should have seen a gradual progression of her opening up, but instead, if anything, she actually shut off even more as time went on. But the Thasmin storyline should have and could have been the perfect avenue to show that opening up, where initially she does say that she can't be with Yaz, that she's not capable of it, that she doesn't think that she could, and then over time actually it ends up that she is open to that sort of type of affection and everything, which is why again it was really it comes back to the fact that it was introduced so late, And also, I don't think Chibnall had any concept of a character arc for 13 in the first place. But really, you could have fixed a significant portion of, well, okay, maybe not a significant portion, but at least the core of this era by just taking what was already there and using it to actually develop the character instead of just staying one note the entire time. Like, anyway, sorry, I'm just rambling here, but it just really frustrates me that the building blocks are there. He just never built anything with them, you know? It could have been something good, and it wasn't. And that's what pisses me off.
Like lots of other stories, Power seems really cognizant of the fact that this material is there, that it could build something out of. What really struck me is that you get this little sort of tiny little subplot in the first half of the episode where the Doctor is staticking people, right? Every time she goes to touch one of her friends, one of her old companions, she gets physically repelled and hurts both of them a little tiny bit in the process, which is, you know, it's a metaphor. That's a cute little metaphor for what she's doing to the people she's closest to. She hurts everyone, and then that's revealed that it's something she's doing intentionally, which that's quite powerful material to build a narrative out of, to build a metaphor about what the Doctor keeping people at a distance and hurting them does. And then it just doesn't. The episode just goes, you know, whatever.
Yeah, she's giving them an extra AI doctor to follow them around all the time.
Oh.
Should we talk about the hologram then, if we're getting there?
Just before we do the hologram, just one more thing building off of what Astra said, because you mentioned the whole idea of the Doctor not letting people in at the start. It just reminded me of her very first episode, Woman Who Fell to Earth, when they asked her, have you got family? She said, no, I lost my family a long time ago. I carry them with me. What they would have thought and said and done, I make them a part of who I am. So even though they're gone from the world, they're never gone from me. That doesn't sound to me like a character who's being written to shut people out. That seems like quite an interesting confession. Like, she tells them in the first episode that she lost her family, and then just for like a dozen episodes later, she starts shutting them out after that point. I think it just represents the mindlessness with which Chibnall has approached the character. There's been no consistency.
It was very bizarre because it's almost like the character arc was like in reverse, where she started out as more open and then she got progressively more shut off. And like, that could work. Like, I get why she became, like, in the context of everything that's happening to her, I get why she would possibly become more shut off as things go on, because again, going from 12, that's their determination to be more sort of optimistic or whatever. So that makes sense for her first episode, that she is more open, and then as a lot of terrible things start happening, she becomes gradually more shut off. But then that should have been like the middle point of the story, and then from that develop her to that openness again. But no, it just ended up that even until her final episode, her final regeneration episode, she was still refusing to open up and tell her companions what she was doing, to share sort of anything that she was struggling with. It was very, very bizarre. Like, I guess 13's character arc is that she actually became worse of a person rather than improved. So who knows? That's really bizarre. But yeah, it was a very good point. Yeah.
There's still other Yaz and Thasmin stuff I still want to circle around to later, but we're gonna talk about some other stuff for now, namely the hologram. Where to begin with? Well, to begin, let's look back. So we've had hologram Doctors before, sort of. Series 1 with Christopher Eccleston, the finale had that beautiful scene. I think most people think it's quite a lovely scene where we have this hologram of the Doctor. You know, he's patronizingly sent Rose away, but he's, you know, giving this speech about have a great life and all this kind of stuff. It's very finale-ish kind of a talk he has. And I think it's a very humany womany scene because it's like a hologram. So, it's sci-fi and like Eccleston's actually there. But it's basically a letter, isn't it? There's no actual interaction. It's a one-way. The Ninth Doctor has recorded this message and now it's playing. It's like your will and testament or a letter you've written and sent to someone. It's a very human-y thing, you know, that, they recorded this or they wrote this before the incident happened where they died or couldn't talk to me or whatever, but now I'm reading it, which they made in the past, but I'm reading it now and it's very affecting. It's very understandable in that way. Here, the hologram is, in The Vanquishers, how we had more than one doctor because the plot had to work because we needed another doctor here and a doctor there, and that's how we did to back up even more, Chibnall, we can tie in the hologram stuff with the structure of the episode. Chibnall loves to have lots of subplots going on. And if you were a bit cynical about this, you could say the idea is if you have lots of thin stuff going on, but you cut between it really often, it feels very grandiose and it feels very epic. Like when Chibnall was talking up this episode, he had a pretty amazing quote to Doctor Who magazine. He said, "This is certainly the biggest episode we've done during our time on the show. The story spans multiple locations and time periods, and there are multiple characters." So that's kind of what we work with Chibnall. We have lots of different subplots going on. There are lots of different characters. There are lots of different time periods. We'll go from Russia to here, and we're in this time period, and we're in this time period, and we're going here to here. We're going all over the place. And so he kind of sets, like the Halloween Apocalypse did this a lot as well. He kind of sets up this excitement of we cut between things a lot, and that's the excitement. And then sometimes that snarls up the plot enough that a way to kind of slice through that Gordian knot is, or we'll get more than one doctor in. That's how the Vanquishers did it. Jodie's here and Jodie's there. And this hologram isn't a lovely humany-woomany letter where it's like a record of the Doctor's love or the Doctor's feelings for people, projected through. No, this is just the Doctor. It's not really a hologram, is it? It's just the Doctor's also here.
Yeah, she has automated herself.
Yeah. And that's bad enough, but the role of this hologram is what little agency the companions and side characters have. Let's get rid of it. Let's scrap the teeniest bit of agency we have. Tegan can't save the day. Tegan can be a fleshy avatar for my eyes, my hologram Doctor eyes. Tegan, you just hold the button. I've got my... What did she say? I'm using Tegan's ocular nerve to scan, analyze, and process.
Horrible line.
So, Tegan, you're literally just my fleshy avatar. I'm using you as like a VR headset. That's all you are to me, dear Tegan. I'm just using you to put my brain through your body. I found it grotesque. It's all the agency is stripped from the companions because the hologram Doctor just tells them what to do or does it for them. It's not the Doctor. The Doctor's friends don't save the day through their own smarts and strength or anything. It's that they have another Doctor there telling them what to do. It's incredibly cheap writing, and I think it's also really messed up in terms. Why are you even bringing these characters in here if you're just going to override them with, oh, we got the Doctor here as well? It's probably my least favorite thing about the episode. I found this really gross.
And when you take the Doctor out of the narrative, why are you actually doing that if you're just replacing with another Doctor? A convenient other Doctor. It's sort of the climax of the thing that was especially prominent in Series 11 of bits in the body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little bits that go in your body and get attached. Except this time it's a whole Doctor. The Doctor gets implanted in all the companions so that they don't have to do any plot by themselves.
Why couldn't Yaz just get a hologram Doctor to live out the rest of her days with?
Why didn't Yaz get the hologram Doctor?
It seems like such an obvious thing, just...
We could have went full circle with Cyberwoman. Like, we put the hologram in one of the Cybermen or something, and then we've got an actual body for the hologram to be in. Chib could have really done a whole circular thing with his Doctor Who career.
Do you know, it could have... I'm not saying it would have been, like, the best ending or anything, but it would have provided a wee bit more closure if, like, maybe... Like, after all was said and done and, like, the TARDIS left and Yaz was, like, standing there or whatever, there was just this extra little scene where she hears the Doctor's voice and she turns around and there's the Doctor. Of course, it's a hologram, but, at least she wouldn't be alone and miserable and completely abandoned. Like, I'm not saying it would have been good, but it would have been a little better than what she got. Surely that seemed like the obvious... Anyway, sorry.
The hologram stuff... It reminds me a lot of back in the Flux days. Chibnall talked about, when I got rid of Unit in Resolution, the idea was I'd get rid of them so I could bring them back later. And like it's completely inert drama, isn't it? I got rid of this so I could bring it back. That's your story. And so with the hologram thing, my impression is kind of I complicated the plot so I could bring in the Doctor to solve it. It's just there's no. It's like there's the lack of 13's character arc. There's a lack of story in general. It's like I made things complicated and then I solved them. I took away the Doctor, like Oliver said, so I could put the Doctor back in. So what is the story here? What is the drama here? It's just I complicated it so I could uncomplicate it. And
it's funny, he puts the Doctor in that mindscape to achieve basically nothing. You know, she doesn't have any real internal battle while she's in there. But while we're in the real world, the sort of hologram Doctor is just there so Chibnall doesn't have to stop writing scenes with the Doctor babbling about shit. And also, of course, so the hologram can give you that incredibly shallow sense of reunion with the old companions. And the fact that their closure is with a fucking computer program, not even talking to the real person, there's just something, it takes it from injury to insult, doesn't it? It's just really, really pathetic.
The Ace and hologram McCoy scene, like, on paper, I'm the target audience. Ace was my first companion. McCoy was my first Doctor. I wasn't born in the late 80s, but that was the first Doctor who I ever saw, was Greatest Show of the Galaxy. So they imprinted on me. So I have a lot of nostalgia for them. That's what Doctor Who first was to me, is these two. So I have loads of nostalgia and attachment to these two characters. And I didn't just feel nothing in that scene. I felt negative things. I felt disgusted. What was the actual dialogue? I want to get it up.
I didn't know the burden you carried.
Yeah. So Ace is saying, so it's fine for me to blow stuff up when you decide nothing's changed. The Holo Doctor's saying it's never fine to blow stuff up. Sometimes, sadly, it's the only solution. Blah, blah, blah. I was only ever trying to teach you good habits, Ace. Obviously, I failed. Ace, you, like Oliver's saying, Ace, you never failed me, Professor. You made me the person I am today. I'm sorry we fell out. I'm sorry I judged you. I didn't understand the burden you carried. Heartless hologram. All children leave home sooner or later. The joy is to watch them fly. Ace, so we're good. Holo Doctor, we're more than good, we're Ace.
Ace, apologise to Seven for not tongue-washing his balls enough when he manipulated you and traumatised you, okay? Apologise.
Unbelievable. Like, he's watched Ghostlight. Chris Chibnall's a big fan of Ghostlight. and he thinks that the Seventh Doctor needs apologising to by Ace. Unbelievable. Really uncomfortable.
All the patronising stuff from 13 to Yaz, it kind of feels like part of a larger pattern here when you see this is how Chibnall conceptualises other Doctors and their companions too. How could you get the thought that like Ace was the one in the wrong there? Ace didn't understand the mighty burden. We even get Machiavellian is, said about the Doctor in the special. Like, Chibnall's not an idiot. He's seen these episodes. Like Oliver said, he likes Ghostlight. He knows these episodes. He knows these characterizations. What is his bizarre ideology towards them here? I'm sorry I judged you.
It's that contempt towards companions coming out again, except applied retroactively now, even to old companions. I think that the sense of nostalgia on display is really strange because obviously the story Chris Chibnall is alluding to, the hypothetical story where Ace gets sick of Seven, leaves him. It was never on screen, but that type of story has been written. Paul Cornell very famously wrote a book kind of around this premise. I don't know if Chibnall's read it because he wasn't a Wilderness Years guy, but he's not referring to something that was ever in the TV show. So even within the supposed nostalgia callback, he's alluding to something that doesn't exist within the show. He's just invented it in a way, in a hypothetical sense, to call back to that and just have it be a thing that it's the most shallow and empty and hollow form of nostalgia for these characters imaginable. It's crazy. He's just calling back to something that is in his own head so he can draw his own conclusions about it and about Ace and Seven. So he's just projecting his whole fucked up view of them onto the audience. It's horrible.
I think we talked, or at some point somebody talked, about the sort of straight line bringing characters back, where we revisit old characters and they have been on the exact trajectory they were when they left.
Yeah.
And we've picked back up and nothing complicated has happened in their life. They're basically the same people they were when they left and just kept going in the direction they were going. It feels very much like that, but not even understanding what the initial conditions were, or at least having a morally warped perception of who was in the right and who was in the wrong.
Ace cosplaying as her teenage self is just so desperately uncool. It feels like out of character almost. I mean, who knows what Ace would actually be like at this age? But it's so purely driven by that shallow fan nostalgia, rather than any complicated conception of Ace as a fleshed out human being.
I've got to ask. Pretend someone hasn't seen Classic Who, so the weirdness of this Ace Hollow 7 exchange isn't ringing anything to them. What do you think the equivalent would be for like a new Who Doctor and their companion if they were brought back sort of in this way in the 60th or something? What equivalent sort of exchange could you envision, which would be like a really bizarre, like toxic messaging around the companion relationship? Can you think of any?
It's Martha, right?
Yeah, Martha apologising to a Hologram 10 for leaving him.
Yeah, or Yaz apologising to the Doctor for being clingy. Like, they're the ones who leave on bad terms.
Martha saying, "I'm sorry for having led you on." Yeah.
I didn't understand the burden you carry when missing Rose.
Oh, really grim stuff.
It's not in the hologram scene with Tegan, but there was a scene with Tegan in this episode where I was just like, what the fuck? Like, is this the same character? This is... so, how did Tegan leave Classic Who? What happened there? What was this? How did that come about? Why did she leave?
And it wasn't fun anymore, right? There was a really horrible kind of soured era story where things got very violent and shitty, and she was like, fuck this, I'm out.
There was so much violence and there was so much violence and weaponry that it that it disgusted her, and she left because she couldn't do this anymore. She took a stand. She said, this isn't fun. This is violent. This is gross. I'm not going to be a part of this violence anymore. Was how Tegan left the show. And one of her very first scenes when she rejoins the show in 2022 is, a big gun. Ace gives her a big gun and they shoot their guns, and what a cool scene. They're shooting their guns at the bad guys. It almost feels like a parody or something. So you bring Tegan back and you give her a big gun and she has a big cool scene of shooting guns at the bad. It's like a fucking joke. She left because of this shit, and you brought her back and you just unquestionably have her do it, and it's not commented on.
And don't forget, the whole way the Master manipulates her in this subplot is how, he makes her think she's received a package from the Doctor after all this time, and because she has nothing else, in the Master's words, she will bring this little package with her into UNIT, and that's how the Cybermen infiltrate the building. I mean, it's just such a level of contempt towards Tegan and towards companions in general.
It's not just Yaz that gets infantilized. Like, the Master's line to Tegan there is, "Oh, Tegan, do you really think the Doctor cared enough to send you even one meager toy?" Why is the idea of the Doctor sending a toy to Tegan? Like, it's like the ice cream thing, a toy. Why are we using like all these childish symbols around the companions? It almost feels intentional, like to bring them down or something. It's so bizarre.
And like in the text of the episode, the Master's right.
Yeah.
In all those manipulations, all those, she doesn't really care.
Yeah.
And that doesn't get shown to be wrong at any point. He's so right. They all go to therapy.
It's like there's such this shallow, like, you remember this character and now they're back and that's it. Like, forget about Resurrection of the Daleks and why Tegan actually left, or forget about Ace's whole TV run and the nature of her relationship with the Seventh Doctor. They're back, and you used to see him and now they're back. It's just such a, but it's so weird because who is this for? Like, if you like Tegan, you've probably seen Resurrection of the Daleks. And if you like Ace, you've seen Ace's episodes. So what kind of fan is this crafted towards, that you like these characters enough that you'll be happy they're back, but you don't like them enough that you care about who they were? Like, it bewilders me.
Do you know who I think it benefits those scenes? I think it benefits two groups of fans, but first, the people who watch Classic Who but don't really remember it in detail. They're just, but they would recognise Ace and Tegan. And second are probably newer fans who've never watched Classic Who. They're aware of classic companions, so it's still cool and exciting, to them when classic companions show up, because even though they don't have an emotional connection directly, people still get excited the same way that you get new Who fans who get excited about classic Doctors showing up, even though again, they've never really watched them, which is fair enough. Like, I'm not saying they should have to, but I feel like those scenes best serve the people who understood those characters the least, if that makes sense.
Yep.
I think there's another kind of fan who this does appeal to. That very specific brand of stuff coming back. Stuff's coming back, but also, we don't really care about what any of it ever meant. Right?
Yeah.
This kind of, I don't want to say continuity obsessed, because I like continuity. This kind of shallow continuity imagery obsessed kind of fan might like the Brain of Morbius kinds of gets brought up again, but they dislike the Fugitive Doctor thing because it doesn't make sense with the actual kind of way the show set out the chronology of the character. But then this episode wins them over because it brings everything back. Like, oh, this is back, and the old Doctors are here, and Teed and Ace are here. So it's not what's going on with these. It's just that the toys, like it said in the episode, the toys are on the table.
Yeah, it's just worship of images without their context, completely shallow. Astra, you mentioned the kind of fan who hasn't seen Classic Who but still finds it cool when old Who companions come back. And I actually saw, even though I never watched Classic Who, this Ace and Seven scene made me feel nostalgia for episodes I'd never watched. It's so fucked up, isn't it? The fact that can happen. Chip can write this twisted parody of everything Seven and Ace stood for, and people can be like, wow, I'm so nostalgic for this show I never watched. Crazy stuff.
It makes me all the more impressed when I think of stuff like Paul McGann's Night of the Doctor, which I know there's some people who'll say, well, this was more, the audio characterization than the book's characterization, and they might grumble a bit about that. But by and large, that made pretty much everyone happy because, for people who no idea who McGann was, it's still cool. It feels big. It's like, oh, I haven't seen this character before, but this is connecting to the backstory of the revival. And this is, you can feel the weight of that, even if you haven't seen the TV movie. You can feel like the weight, and I think that's what we're talking about, appealing to people like that writer, that you can feel some kind of weight seeing McCoy and Sophie interact, even if you haven't seen them. You get that this is from a past era of the show, and that's exciting. It's whenever past stuff or EU stuff is brought into things, it's just the scale of it, I think, excites people. But the way Moffat did that McGann return compared to this McGann return, I think made most people really happy because it was very well written, and it served McGann very well, and it was in sync with what people liked about McGann, what a lot of people liked about McGann, without betraying any of it, the way like some of the stuff we're talking about in the Centenary did. And, I think that's how you do it, ideally, isn't it? That it's going to work for people who just feel, oh, this is cool because it's something before. I don't know if this is how the character is, but this feels really cool. And it's going to delight people who love the character, to an intense degree because it's going to serve them well. And Chibnall loves Classic Who. He he wouldn't have bought Ace and Tegan back if he didn't like him. So I'm just confused by serving them like this.
Neil, did you just make up a guy there where you were like, I'm sure there's some people who are upset that he wasn't the book characterization because...
There are those people.
Really? Oh, okay. Wait. Sorry, I thought you were just making that up. I was like, who are these people? Anyway, continue.
No, they're real. I haven't read as many Eighth Doctor novels as Astra, but I love his characterization in the novels, and I didn't feel Night of the Doctor was...
It was not a departure from the novels. I mean, the novels are a wee bit different, but it was consistent enough, Anyway.
It was different, but it felt like a logical... Yeah.
And it's a different point in his life.
Yeah, for the end of his life, it felt logical, even, regardless of whether it's audio or book. But anyway, the complete aside.
Whereas to contrast with his appearance in this episode, where he's giving lines like, I'm a manifestation of our consciousness.
Oh, God.
Okay, can we... not sure if it counts as a deep read, but I want to look at that scene a little bit closer, because it doesn't exist. That scene didn't happen. That scene isn't real. It literally exists on the edge of existence. It's not even quite mindscape, because the Doctor's mind doesn't exist anymore. It's been deleted from the universe. It's sort of purely metaphysical. It's purely iconography, which is what Gig was saying about, this whole era. It's all iconography. And so unlike the hologram, there's not even a mechanism by which the old Doctors come back. They just are there, summoned, out of nothing.
It's also, like Gig said earlier, it's from a Paul Cornell novel.
Oh, yeah, there is. I hadn't thought about that, but yes. It's kind of riffing on that whole time when Revelation Yeah, sort of vaguely like that, except a much, shallower and shittier version of it, of course.
I've not read it, but that's in the head, right?
Yeah, it's sort of the idea of we go into the Doctor's mind, and it's this very luscious, fancy landscape with these different symbolic locations representing aspects of the Doctor's psyche. Here we just have a barren landscape and a cliff, and a lamppost, not a lamppost, a telegraph pole.
Really interesting that it's framed, that scene, as the Doctor's past talking her into keeping on going. But she doesn't exist, and she doesn't bring about anything in the plot.
Yeah, exactly.
What she decides, she goes, oh, of course, I've got to keep trying. I was going to forgive up, but now I'm not going to forgive up. And then, separately, Vinda shoots the Master into a box, and the Doctor comes back into the universe. So I've been thinking about this a bit, and the best term I've come up with is a sort of metaphysical jump. Like a glitch, a little gap missing in the story where we go from one quite metaphorical thing to another, and they're not quite connected. The Doctor decides to keep existing, and then separately, materially, she is summoned back into the universe, not as a result of her character, but just as a result of plot stuff. You can see how if you squint, there's a connection there, there's a through line and a story, but it doesn't actually exist.
Chibnall loves his mindscape shit, doesn't he? Just putting the Doctor in vague metaphysical space to talk to someone for no real reason. Remember the Grey Void in Timeless Children? Such delights. Yeah, even Swarm had one in Halloween Apocalypse.
It's a bit weird because the Doctor having that mindscape scene where she decides to keep on going, keep on trying, not give up. It's almost like even though her eventual return, she had no involvement in it. It was completely her companions. It's almost like giving credit for that return to the Doctor instead of the people who did the work to bring her back. Does that make sense? They make this big deal, and it's inevitably a memorable scene because obviously all the classic Doctors there. So that's going to stick in their minds. The people will wrongly and correctly assume that the Doctor had some sort of hand in her return, and she really didn't. So again, it's like taking away agency, I guess, credit or agency from the companions, which just seems to be a running theme with Chibnall's writing for some reason.
There's a weird moment where, in that gap, just about to bring back the Doctor, Yaz does something interesting, in that she sets up, explicitly I think in dialogue, it's her plan to get the Doctor to look like the fugitive Doctor, to get the hologram to put on Jo Martin's face, to, surprise the Master, whatever, and it works a bit. But that's a moment where Yaz uses the iconography of the Doctor to win a plot, to beat a baddie, to use their powers against them, which is quite a Doctor-y moment, but she only can do that through this manifestation of the idea of the Doctor.
Yes, the hologram the Doctor gave her.
As a hologram. And not even to mention how much of a waste of Jo Martin that is. Even less corporeal than her other appearances.
I love the line when Yaz was like, "This is weird. Last time I saw you, you were a tour guide in Gloucester." Just to remind us that Yaz doesn't know who the fuck Ruth even is. This is still happening nonetheless.
With the Guardians of the Edge scene, there's kind of two things here. I hate to do the I actually grew up with thing because I've already done it once with McCoy and Sophie, but I'm doing it again. McGann was always like, he was my Doctor. I saw the TV movie. It was one of the first things I saw of the show. I saw that before the show came back in 2005, and I've always loved the TV movie. The audios are, the monthlies are as real. There is season. I think Oliver, you feel the same. They're the seasons of Doctor Who to me the exact same way that Tennant's seasons are. They're just as real to me. I've quote unquote rewatched them, loads of times. They're just as solid to me as the TV show. The books are fantastic as well. Well, they're interesting and fantastic as well. I've connected so much with him. He's always the Doctor, since I was a kid. If I imagined one, whisking me away on adventures, it was always McGann. And so I really love McGann. So theoretically, I'm the audience for McGann being in Doctor Who again. So McGann's third TV appearance on the show. The first is the TV movie, which is, you know, his whole statement. The second is the very beloved, you know, amazing, it's short but extremely sweet Night of the Doctor. His third appearance is, you know, I'm going to read out every single thing he says in this episode. That's why we're here, to stop you moving any further through. You are not finished, Guardians of the Edge. I don't do robes. I'm a manifestation of our consciousness. I can wear what I like. Existence. So until it's settled, he may be vulnerable. We need help from the outside, which is easier said than done. Where there's hope. So that being bringing Paul McGann back, I want to connect that to people's bewilderment when Peter Capaldi says, I'm not really keen on coming back for multi-Doctor specials. And people get so confused by that. And why do you get confused by that? Look, when you're brought back, I mean, it's great that McGann was happy doing that, you know, and I'm happy for him. But is it really surprising that, you know, an actor might not want to have 7 or 8 pretty useless lines and that be the grand return, especially when you're so attached to a role and, you know, it means so much to you. You know, some actors are happy to do it, but how can you be surprised that Capaldi doesn't want to do basically what McGann did here?
It's a cheapening, essentially, isn't it?
Yeah, Capaldi always came across, and certainly in all his interviews and even in his performance, of course, he always had that such a depth to his Doctor. You can tell he cared from everything. So I do think he wouldn't. I mean, it makes sense that he wouldn't care for coming back for his B2-bit cameo where there's no substance to it, and really, I don't blame him. I don't get why people get upset that if he was ever going to come back, and like I said, I don't think he ever would, right? I'm sure it would take some convincing and proof that it would be a substantial, meaningful role, but even then, how much can that be the case?
That's
in a
very hard,
multi-doctor?
isn't it?
Like, yeah, and a multi-Doctor special, you're not going to get that, because really, to get a compelling depiction of the Doctor, you need that time and space, funnily enough, for the character to develop, which Capaldi had, and he had an absolutely wonderful era in terms of characterization. So no, he there's nothing for him in a multi-Doctor special, and I would be disappointed myself if Capaldi didn't feel that way, and he eventually did come back in that like a little shitty role, like to be like giving a few words of encouragement to the current Doctor or whatever. That would be dull to me, and like I said, disappointing. So actually, I prefer that he doesn't want to come back. I'd prefer that the Capaldi's era is left as is, that his role was just that, and all of it was, pretty much all of it was very high quality, very, as deep as you would hope for a depiction of the Doctor to be. So yeah, like I just don't relate to the people who insist that doctors or companions should just come back for the sake of like showing up again. There has to be meaning to it.
It's like fast food or empty calories or something. Like seeing all the Doctors' faces morph into each other. Yes, I like that. I'm a Doctor Who fan. It's cool to me to see Peter Davison's face glows and then it's Colin's face and it's moving around. I like it. It's cool. But like that, it's cool to watch, and then it would have been just as cool to see a fan do that in After Effects or something. You know, like there's nothing there for me to really remember from that scene, apart from, yes, that looked cool to see the Doctors' faces blend into each other.
It's the natural climax of the Nanogene scene in Fugitive the Judoon, where you get a character back to say all the lines they said, and then they leave the story. And it's physically removed. This is so physically removed that the Doctors coming back aren't the Doctor. They're not even real. They're literally not real. They bring back the image, the pure image, like Gig was saying, just the iconography, without any of the heart. In that scene, on the edge of reality, it's not like the different Doctors have different perspectives that go together to get the Doctor reflecting on her own self and thinking in her head and figuring out how she's going to survive. It's just a bunch of old actors saying all the lines. It feels important somehow that it starts with David Bradley, and I don't know why, but that feels significant.
It's the return of David. It was hinting at something.
It's a very good point. So the idea that there was, I feel like I've read stories before, like that there have been short stories, novels, things like that play with the idea that in the Doctor's head the previous incarnations are all still there in a sense, and that when you go into this mind space, the current Doctor can interact with them, speak to them as sort of individuals, if that makes sense. So I've read like official short stories and things like that play with that idea, and it could be interesting, it could even be enjoyable. But the thing is, in that specific scene, and it's very obvious that they could be interchangeable because they were interchangeable. Basically, there's almost no personality to it, aside from a couple of moments, specifically probably the moment of the Eighth Doctor, like saying about not wearing robes and Seven like commenting on that. But for the most part, the actual meat of the scene could have just been one single actor. It didn't have to be all these cameos. Now, I think you could theoretically make a Mindspace scene where it's a bit more interesting if, for example, you'd had all of them there and they actually did have an opportunity to have personality. But even then, it would still be just a cameo for the sake of a cameo with no like real substance or reason behind it beyond that. But it was very strange that there just wasn't anything that distinguished most of these characters. I mean, I suppose some of them had it later on when, and I'm not saying they were good depictions, but or well, not entirely good anyway, the conversations, but like 7 and 5 and so on, they all had their own things with Ace and Tegan and such like, but the actual Mindscape scene, like, could have made that at least a wee bit more interesting rather than just like having like what was it? Also, can I just say, those robes they were wearing, can anyone clarify, are like, now, off the top of my head, I cannot remember seeing those robes or anything anywhere. Those aren't a design that have shown up before, are they?
No, Ray Holman made those new.
Okay, well, because when I first saw them, and you know how it sort of shows the robe before it shows the Doctor, what was is it Demons of the Punjab and like the
Jarians?
Aliens? I genuinely thought, because they were black and red, their robes.
Yeah.
I genuinely thought before it showed the Doctors, and now I knew that we had some indication of who was going to be showing up in this episode, but I genuinely thought it was the Jarians, and like the things are coming full circle, but no, it turned out it was just the previous Doctors in completely nonsensical robe. What even was that costume design? I don't get it. And it was like, I know they made like the joke about 8 not wearing them, but it's like, if one of the Doctors is not going to wear them, you might as well just have them all in their own costumes. Anyway, I just don't get the costume choices there. Genuinely.
I think the fact that McGann had his own costume to be worn in the first place, that was only because of the whole Night of the Doctor situation. It's like they just, what do they have in the wardrobe? Okay, we can't be bothered making costumes for all of them new ones, so we'll just make one new costume and put all of them in it. There you go, done.
Yeah, and I'm glad that McGann did show up in his own costume. Like, as much as they have issues with the whole scene, like, still sort of nice to see him on screen again. But because I am a huge 8th Doctor fan, so as much as I don't think like his or any of the Doctor's inclusion in that scene was pretty useful or deeper, you know, even meaningful, it was still nice to see McGann, especially because obviously compared to the other David Bradley accepted, I suppose, McGann's obviously not, well actually no, David Bradley's had more screen time than McGann, so it was really nice to see him again. So I'm glad that he wasn't in the stupid robes, because the Night of the Doctor costume was brilliant. So very, very happy we saw it again. But really, the costume choices in that whole scene just confused me.
I think the genuine pleasantness of the familiarity when you see one of these actors who's been kind of like overlooked or whatever, like come back and be on screen in all their glory, and the fact that that's genuinely nice to see, I think that gets exploited into what we get here because the fandom cheers this stuff on so much. Like, the fandom in a way has willed this episode into existence with this whole way in which it just sort of mindlessly cheers on stuff to come back regardless of the content. And this episode just feels like such an inevitable consequence of the whole way the community around the show treats the actors and treats the past of the show as this kind of fucked up museum of, you know, contextless iconography. And, you know, the love, the genuine, you know, love of these actors and stuff, it's nice. But at the same time, when you tie everything to just bringing back these actors, you lose sight of the meanings of these characters and whether you can actually do them justice in bringing them back. So that whole sense of justice gets, it just fades away.
On what you're saying there, which is kind of like the contextless, like, thinness of how these characters are used. I don't want to read too much into this in case I'm misinterpreting it to some extent. But Jodie says in the scripts, the doctors were coded in such a way that you didn't know who was who. And so she didn't learn, like, whose line was who until later.
So this is in the Guardians of the Edge scene, you mean?
Yeah.
They're all swapped in place. That makes sense. I mean, Chib basically writes it almost like a run-on sentence, and then the effects team just swap in the different doctors over the top. So yeah, it makes sense that the script wouldn't be very clear.
Also, like, in specific reference to McGann coming back and having that cameo, I think, like, as much as it was nice to see him, it was also like bittersweet, because it is a bloody shame that he finally gets on screen again, and it is just for this meaningless cameo. Like, do you know what? I would have liked, from the perspective of an Eighth Doctor fan, I really wish that if he was going to come back, it would have been in a proper multi-doctor. And I'm not saying, like, multi-doctor specials have to happen. I'm not saying he had to come back at all. But if he was going to come back, I would have rather it be in some sort of deeper role that actually has him able to show his personality, like, you know, involved in the story beyond the cameo. So I guess it's as much as it's nice to see him, it's also like that sort of bittersweetness of, like, sure, he was there, but there wasn't really much to it, and that's probably honestly going to be the last time he's ever on screen. Like, unless, well, who knows, right? Who knows?
Maybe you could give him his Time War miniseries finally.
Yes, but right, who knows? But it does make me sad that before this, the last time we'd seen Paul McGann on screen as the Doctor was Night of the Doctor, which was a brilliant little mini-sode. So now, when we think, oh, what was the last time he was seen on screen? Oh, it was a shitty little cameo and a not so good finale. So I guess that makes you sad, but obviously it doesn't retroactively, like, it doesn't remove or lessen Night of the Doctor. It's just, you know, it's just like a small thing that from the perspective of an Eighth Doctor fan, it does make me sort of sad in a way.
It just sucks that this episode is so shit and all these actors appear in a story that isn't really worthy of anyone, let alone them. Yeah. Well, I mean, talking about some of the performances some of the classic actors give in this episode, you know, Janet Fielding, maybe it's worthy of them, but I don't know if it's worthy of the characters.
Speaking of Janet Fielding, there's something interesting about how her and Sophie were brought back. Chibnall says, with those two actors, we talked about where we collectively thought their characters would be now. I really wanted them to feel comfortable with what had happened in the gap between when we'd last seen those characters on screen and where we meet them here. Why the fuck was Tegan? Anyway, it's lightly sketched in, but it's really important for them as performers and for those characters. I think it's interesting, he says lightly sketched in, because all the promo pictures of Ace, like, in a suit, I was thinking this is going to be drenched in, you know, the RTD coming up with, she runs a charity now, and then Pete McTighe shading that in with, you know, the whole corpo vibe of it, Big Finish doing stuff with that. I thought this was going to be pretty knitted in to all that stuff. And Sophie herself, when she was asked how difficult was it to get back into Ace's skin on set, and Sophie says, in Big Finish and other audiobooks and spin-offs, I'm usually playing a younger Ace, probably up to age 30. So to suddenly play middle-aged Ace, I'd had a chance to think about how she'd be and how she'd be with the Doctor through other projects like the Torchwood audios and the Blu-ray box set trailer. It doesn't take her very long to get back into this youthful frame of mind. And Janet said about a character coming back, I said I thought that Tegan would be some sort of social campaigner, that I saw her getting involved in social issues, and that amongst them would be the environmental and campaigning. I thought she'd probably have a couple of divorces behind her and that she would have adopted a child because that would be an environmental thing for her to do. And then, like Sophie, she says, I usually play younger Tegan in the audio dramas and stuff like that. So it was a bit different to get into modern Tegan mindset. I just think it's interesting. I was kind of expecting a bit of continuity drenching with these two characters, but it's like Chibnall says, they kind of talked about it for the actors' sake, but we don't really get much of their backstories in the episode itself. And I'm not saying
you
that's
get
a good
that
or bad
Tegan
thing.
monologue. Tegan gets that whole speech about how I've been through coups and have been hijacked and all that stuff, but if none of it was as bad as being an air hostess. Yeah. She gets that kind of word salad at least.
What do you think of? I mean, I'm not going to say the big C word that Astra said earlier, which she herself, put air quotes around her and everything. So we're treading lightly with the C word here. The CANON word is what I mean, not the other one. But the lockdown stuff, that farewell Sarah Jane thing, RTD had said that Nyssa and Tegan were, did he say married?
At least together. I can't remember, but certainly together at least.
Yeah. I just thought it was interesting that I never got the vibe Janet was really into that loads. And so it was just interesting to me. Like, normally it's Capaldi era stuff that's getting, kind of ignored in Chibnall's era. So I thought it was kind of fun for an RTD thing. You take it as seriously as you want, the lockdown stuff, but to get pushed aside a bit, I thought that was interesting.
He's regaining control now, so he can get revenge.
They can he'll bring Janet back.
It's certainly continuing a pattern of forgetting
lesbian relationships.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's a massive deal because it was never really in any narrative.
But it's just I think especially, and I'm not saying even Chibnall was aware of it. Maybe he wasn't paying attention. He wasn't even aware, so it wasn't like a conscious thing or whatever, or he just forgot about it when he was writing. But I think it's just that extra wee kick in the teeth again for an episode that so thoroughly disappointed queer fans. I'm not saying every queer fan was disappointed by it, but certainly, so yeah, it's just an extra little, twist of the knife.
And it's definitely odd to grab onto the little RTD detail of Ace running a charity and treat that as basically canon in all the expanded stuff, and up to having Ace, in the whole suit and stuff, but to ignore the Tissa, ignore all the Tissa stuff, which I guess it doesn't actually decanonize. If you want Tissa to still be happening, maybe she got divorced a couple of times and then moved in with her own old traveling buddy, but what?
The episode's a bit cruel to Tegan, I thought. Like the Master saying when he's gloating about the toy, the doctor didn't send you that. I did, knowing what you would do with it. You'd keep it so close to you because you have nothing else.
Westminster Bow.
Yeah, he's going for the jugular on Tegan. It's a bit brutal.
Yeah, it's almost contradictory. The episode gives Tegan that whole speech about what a crazy life she's had, full of adventure and divorces and adopted child and stuff like that. But it still does all this shit about how she's still secretly pining for the Doctor and just obsessed and attached to the Doctor and has nothing else in her life. So it's like undermining what it itself is trying to write in, and just undermining the whole idea that companions can really have lives after the Doctor without just being forever, stuck in this support group in this shadowy, dusty, horrible little room.
It's also very engaging with social issues in an entirely off-screen and inexplicit way. She is a person who does stuff about social and environmental issues, but what they are...
yeah, we don't see.
About everyone coming back and just sort of being the idea of themselves. It's hard even... I find it's hard to even feel that the returning actors were shortchanged, because it's not like the main cast get meaty drama or interesting stuff to work with. Fundamentally, I'm not sure there's really a difference between Paul McGann turning up, not wearing a costume, and then quipping for a bit, and, what Ace and Tegan do, and what Yaz and the Doctor do. It's all basically the same. There's no emotional journey for any of them.
One more thing with Ace and Tegan. we get that small beat where Tegan says, I think to Yaz, we're who you used to be, and we used to be who you are, whatever the wording was. And Yaz is like, oh my God, and Yaz seems so shaken and rattled by that. So it's like that mini version of School Reunion, except rather than going through and resolving the way School Reunion resolved it, which is, you know, having Rose and Sarah Jane kind of like have some fun together and become friends and stuff like that and bond, you just get that moment of, wow, Yaz, you suck. You'll be discarded just like them. You're just like them. You're not special. Fuck you, Yaz.
And then she does get discarded.
Yeah, she does. And she ends up with all the old other rejected companions.
Unbelievable. It reconstructs things that the show has deconstructed. The idea that Yaz is... It's in Moffat's leaving interviews that he did for the fan show. He talks about how, of course, the companion you're writing now, and, you know, more generally, the characters you're writing right now in a show where the characters swap out, has to feel emotionally important. Because what else is the point? And Yaz, through this whole story, is just another one. Just another companion. You know, just one of them. And she'll leave like the rest of them leave, and she'll join the same support group, and it's very... it's non-specific to her as a character. And it's all very throwaway.
Even her last line is about the Doctor. Oh, of course she'll be okay. She's the Doctor. You know, it's ironic because if we're presupposing that Ace left Seven of her own volition, you know, you could have done something with a parallel Ace and Yaz. You know how Yaz talks to Jack in Revolution, and Jack advises her about her relationship with the Doctor. You know, you could have done something. I think if you scrap Tegan because she doesn't need to be here, you could have made the episode about parallels with Ace and Yaz. You know, Yaz is always being talked down to and manipulated by 13 the same way Ace was by 7. Like there are parallels there. There's stuff you could work with character, and just to give Yaz some of her own journey. But again, you know, it's not there. They're just toys to the Doctor.
If we're talking actors, I want to talk about the big actor of the episode. Can we move on from Ace and Tegan?
Yeah, sure, please. Yeah, the Doctor did.
The big actor in the episode, the one that Chibnall said they've rewarded everyone with the most incredible performance in this episode. I'm of course talking about the actor who's saying they want to come back, and you might not have still seen the real version of who they are or what they can do, and they still have unfinished business with the Doctor. I'm talking about Sasha as the Master, of course. He's quite interesting in this episode. In terms of what he's got here, Chibnall said, with Sasha, it was a long-term plan that we had spoken about when he was last on the show. At the end of season 12, I had the conversation with him, knowing that we would be doing Jodie's final episode at the end of the following season. The big conversation was about coming back for her finale, because it had always felt like the Master and Jodie's Doctor instantly had that chemistry, and that it would be a really fitting last battle. And Chibnall talks about our COVID and planning. It was really difficult. And Sasha says, I knew Chris Chibnall wanted to bring me back. We had an open and honest conversation, which was amazing. It was like a wish list. He asked me, if you were to come back, what would you like to do? And I think my head exploded. And he said in other interviews, you might not have still seen, the real sides of my Master. There's still more to do there. I want to come back and do more with the role. There's different layers to explore. He's not happy within himself, so he likes hiding in the skin of other people. That's why I said to Chris Chibnall that in this last episode, I'd love to play around with these different layers and see how far we can take it. Basically, Sasha takes his performance really seriously. My disappointment with the Master in this episode was just that, love it or hate it, I think the self-loathing genetics, obsession with genetic stuff is an interesting idea from the Timeless Children, that he hates the Doctor as the basis of Time Lords, and he feels inferior, like a biological determinist, all that stuff. I think that's quite interesting, and this episode theoretically delves into that because he makes himself the Doctor, he makes himself her body, but it wasn't really explored, was it? It was kind of there in the plot that he makes himself the Doctor, but I don't feel like the self-loathing stuff or the genetic stuff is really that explored, which was a shame, because I always thought the Timeless Children isn't a terrible episode because of that idea. It's a terrible episode because, half of it is the Doctor in hula hoops with Sasha doing his best to monologue at her when he's stressed out behind the scenes because he's having to learn these lines at the last minute and Jodie had to comfort him and everything. It's shit because of those reasons. The actual genetic stuff, I'm not actually a huge fan of it, but I think it's interesting in theory. I just think it's a shame that Chibnall didn't really go into one of his maybe more creative ideas. What do you think of Sasha in the episode and the lack of probing that actual sort of stuff?
I thought like his performance is always really strong. Like he genuinely steals the scene. You know, he's enjoyable to watch every single time. I really, really love him. I love, as much as I have misgivings with the Chibnall Master, it's issues that lie at Chibnall's feet and not Sasha's. He has done brilliantly with what he has been given. And the issue though is like with that storyline, like, or like that undercurrent that he has this insecurity about himself and his identity and all that stuff. It's I feel like it could have been explored a lot more. In fact, that could be a whole episode on its own.
Yeah.
So I think and sort of touching upon like overall, the episode was just overstuffed. So a lot of the ideas that were there and could have been interesting just were not given the space they needed, and weren't given any real development. So I probably would have, I'm not saying Chibnall would have managed to write it well, because let's be honest, we're at the end of the era now and we know for certain that he can never pull off any idea that he put forward. But an episode to exploring sort of the Master's identity and how they feel about who they are, and specifically touching upon this idea that Sasha has, that his incarnation especially has this deep insecurity about himself, like that could have been really fascinating as a character study.
Yeah.
But obviously it was just something that was tacked on to the episode, and to this day not that it's been very long, I suppose, since the episode, but I still don't understand what the whole point of the Rasputin plot was. Because I genuinely, and I mean this absolutely, that whole subplot of him dressing up as Rasputin, that, to me, that only comes across as Chibnall was very determined to use the song in the episode and have the big like Master dancing to like a catchy song moment while something horrific happens. It very much comes across as he came up with that idea first and then he added all of the sort of the disguise thing after the fact, and whatever the painting thing was that had no real purpose. But anyway, so it felt like he wanted to copy this very iconic, very well-loved moment of the Master from the RTD era, but it just didn't fit naturally in a sense, so he had to invent a scenario in which it could happen. But then also the issue I have with that scene, as much as it's ridiculous and funny and it was enjoyable to watch, my issue with it is that it didn't have the same impact as the scene with Sims Master, because the reason the scene with Sims Master worked very well is that it sort of wasn't an enjoyable or fun scene at all. It was the juxtaposition of something genuinely horrific and terrifying happening with how he was acting, whereas with Sasha's scene, like theoretically, yes, what was happening was something horrific, but the issue is we didn't have context for what he was doing. Like, we didn't have full context for, like, what was this big cube thing? Like, I know he sort of alluded to it, but we didn't have that sort of holy shit moment, if that makes sense. Like, comparing, like, the sky ripping open and all these, like, the top of it and all that. It was just like, oh, he's dancing and now there's a big cube coming from the ceiling. We didn't actually understand the full extent of what his plan was, if that made sense. Whereas it was clear, I believe, with Sim Master what he intended to do. So it just didn't have that weight to it. It ended up being like a sort of like, I was like laughing and like enjoying it, but it didn't have the impact that it should have had because
nothing happens in it. The Master montage here, the cube doesn't fire in it. It just powers up. In the Sim montage, stuff is happening. So the music is underscoring, like you're saying, the sky ripping open, all this shit is going on. So it's exciting. The music's underneath something. Here, it's literally just the Master dancing and Vinda doing a phone call. We're waiting for something to happen. And so the song's just there like to be there. The cube just powers up. Nothing actually happens in the montage. I love like the dancing to the song. Like it's bizarre and fun, but nothing's happening.
Oh yeah. No, it's like it's a fun moment, but the reason that the Sim Master scene felt so powerful was not just because it was like there was the aspect of it, he's dancing and that's like a fun moment, but it's the fact that it kind of wasn't a fun moment. You have the contrast of him dancing and everything, but in reality you're not enjoying yourself, you're horrified in a sense because of what's, if that is, I'm not saying it's not unenjoyable, but you know what I mean, like it's got that depth to it that the scene in the Centenary didn't have anything to it.
The frustrating thing to me is that, like you say, that whole Rasputin plot doesn't do anything. This is an episode that basically works in its construction. Everything that's set up at some point goes somewhere, but it's very messy about how that happens. But it's so easy to fix that in line with the Master's character by having the Doctor say, one thing I still don't understand is why Russia? Why Rasputin? What does all this mean? And then he plays the song. Like, funny, characterful, that works as a beat. Instead, it's just another one of hundreds of loose ends.
Yeah, see if they'd made it, and maybe this is what Chibnall intended, but if they'd made it as you say, like he set all that up for no reason other than so you could just dance to the song, that makes sense for Sasha's Master, absolutely. I think he would go through all that effort, just all this elaborate plot and disguise and, all of this stuff, specifically just so that he could have his little moment where he's dancing. Like, that makes absolute sense, but the problem is it's not made clear in the episode, so that ends up instead feeling like Chibnall was setting all that stuff up specifically so he could dance to it, which I believe was the case. So instead of making it clear that it was the character making that, do you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, so I agree completely. One line would have fixed that, One single line would have made it feel natural.
I don't usually do this kind of mechanical picking apart because, it doesn't super matter, but the amount of effort that goes into setting up the Daleks and the Cybermen, and the Daleks have a plot to fire lots of volcanoes, and there's lots of seismology stuff, and there's lots of build up towards that, and there's a big moon suddenly appeared in the solar system in the past in Russia, and it's a big cyber conversion moon. You've got two really big ideas that take up a lot of time in the plot, and the only reason either of them need to exist is to pose threats which can cleverly cancel each other out at the end, because that's the Doctor's move, is to bring the moon to the present and use it to cancel out the volcanoes. But that doesn't really work. Like, she fires beams into the volcanoes and converts the lava into steel? Like, I guess that's fine. That sort of works. But what you're setting up there is a really clever payoff where the two halves of the story smash into each other, like, the silence and the moon landings, and the fact of the moon landing and the fact of how the silence's powers work come together to solve the plot in a way you didn't expect. Here, it's just fluffy, I guess the moon can convert lava, and I guess that solves that problem. It's just very loose. The whole thing, it mechanically works as a story. Everything goes somewhere, but it's not clever, it's not witty, it's not concise. It's just frustrating, really.
Yes, it's tedious, really. That Rasputin scene, what Astra was talking about a minute ago, with how it doesn't work the way the Sim scene worked because it's not really horrifying or anything like that. There's no actual dissonance being generated by the song. It just reminds me of the shot with, it's uncomplicatedly played for laughs, isn't it? Because you even got that shot that the director added in with the Dalek and the Cyberman looking at each other. And that's everyone's favourite shot because it's really funny and they're acting kind of out of character and it's really funny. But, like, it just drives home how there is no actual complication to that scene. It's just senseless laughter.
Every other, I Can't Decide, and Here Comes the Drums, and even like Song for 10, stuff is happening in all those scenes with music. The episode literally pauses in this montage. It's just I don't know if I sound like I'm nitpicking, but it just frustrates me so much that it just charges up. Why couldn't we have had the regeneration start while he's dancing or something. You'd have to stage it differently, but just something happening. So like we remember the song and we remember an iconic thing happening during the song, not just that, yes, the episode stopped and he danced and then we continued on. It's just very weird storytelling to me.
I think that adds up to the thing that this isn't a half an hour. This is a half an hour story told over an hour and a half. It's an unbelievably thin plot. There's a lot of parts, there's a lot of bits in it, and there's a lot of characters, but it's really thin. It's a really thin plot.
That's why I think the Russia stuff and the volcano stuff is here. It's that Chibnall's style of, we have multiple locations this episode. You know, there's lots of different places, so I can crisscross between them, and we have characters say the sciencey things at the different places, and then eventually I cut the Gordian knot with whatever cheap move I have towards the end. It's just very thin.
I've heard this episode described as the Paw Patrol of Doctor Who, and I think that's pretty fair. Like, it really is just dangling things in front of the audience as chaotically as possible. Just distract them from the fact that there is nothing of substance happening and no real emotional storyline being relayed.
The Master's big plan, I think there's some sort of substance there. We've seen it before. Like, that doesn't necessarily make it bad, but what if I tarnish the name of the Doctor and make it synonymous for destruction and fear and you know, disaster and pain, and I'm gonna make the Earth a foundry for bad things, Daleks and Cybermen. Like we've Earth as a foundry from the Master, seen it before. Tarnishing the name of a Doctor, seen it before. It doesn't make it bad. At least one of those ideas has been done well beforehand. But the thing with tarnishing the name of the Doctor that kind of nags at me here is, when that was done previously with like Moffat's idea, you know, it's talked about it, River Song talks about it, like, oh, Doctor has become, you know, a word for warrior or whatever. That's kind of born out of this character has made decisions and the decisions are reflected and the name is different now. But this version of it is like, I say to a camera, I'm the Doctor and I did the bad thing. Like it's kind of like trolling almost. It's just this weird little cartoonish. It's like Chibnall does this sometimes. He's like he gets the idea of a past story, and then he just kind of does it without the actual story of it. The Master's just saying, "I did the bad thing, so Doctor is bad now," rather than a character's like made a choice and it's reflected in the reputation changing. Is that too nitpicky, or do you get what I'm annoyed with there?
No, I don't think that's nitpicky at all. I think me and Gig are going to say basically the same thing here, but there's a real knot in that whole idea of the Master, big inverted commas here, turning himself into the Doctor, or turning the Doctor into him, where I don't really even understand what that idea is full stop. I don't know what is happening there. What is that? What's the idea? What's the notion? So the Master comes out of the booth that the Doctor went into, but with the Master's personality, the Master's face, the Master's memory, the Master's ideals. So it's just the Master.
Yeah, he could have just stolen her outfit. Actually, I would have liked to see, and this would have probably given an opportunity to show some real range, Jodie, like, copying, like, Sasha's, you know, like, Jodie doing it. Like,
yeah.
Portraying the Master and yeah.
The Rasputin body's still in the box. I 100% expected Jodie to be wearing the big beard and wig.
Yes!
And then she has something to do.
Yeah, it would have been so fun just to see that. Like, but no, unfortunately.
You could have even paid off. You remember in Spyfall 1, Sasha and Mandip do a bit of chemistry between their characters? Wouldn't that have been fun to like do Thasmin sort of filtered through Sasha and Mandip again, but it's the Doctor and the Master's body? That could have been all sorts of interesting ideas there. He gets good ideas and he leaves them on the table. Sometimes Chibnall, the Master just goes into the body, and the idea is that like the Doctor isn't around to stop him because he's in a body. She's just in his brain or mindscape or whatever, and so he's using the body.
Yeah, he hasn't actually changed himself, and he isn't proving anything about the Doctor or himself. He's just, he's just being himself still, but he's just removed the Doctor from the equation, and he's in her clothes, and he's going to fraudulently pretend to be her. and it just doesn't achieve anything.
I also thought that there could have been like a subplot, or like or part of that rather, was them sort of fighting for control of the body. And in fact, for a brief moment, and this is when I was still thinking that's when it was going to be a thing. For a brief moment, how when Sasha like gets like, there's a scene where the Master's right up in Yaz's face.
Yeah.
And he's like intimidating her, but there's this like moment, and it's not super brief. It's like enough it's noticeable, where it's like his face sort of calms, like. This is really like silly, but he sort of looks down but he's like specifically looks down at Yaz's mouth, and it's like his face sort of calms, and I was like almost thinking like, is like that the Doctor, like from the perspective of, again, assuming that Phasma was gonna be a thing, right? I was like, oh, is that the Doctor breaking through and like so close to like Yaz's face and all that, and like, you know, looking down at her mouth and wants to kiss her and all that stuff, but then no, it wasn't. It just seemed to be. I don't know. I don't know what. Well, there was a moment there that I noticed that.
Their noses touch.
Yes. But so it was a very charged moment. But there was that, like I said, it was like almost like his persona changed a wee bit, and I thought, is that the Doctor breaking through? But then it never got picked up on. So I guess that was just a I don't know, reading too much into acting choices, I guess.
It's such a good idea to have like it's half a body swap. It's someone in someone else's body. I just wish they'd done
swap. Yeah.
I just wish they'd done more with it. Yeah, whether it was with Mandip or with Yaz or something else, because it's a fun idea, and I like that the episode has 2 regenerations. Although, are you comfortable or not with the idea of undoing a regeneration actually in a story? I know it's not a normal regeneration, but we actually get like degeneration said, and this actual idea of like doing one back. Like, I know that Tennant at the end is 14, not 10, but still, is it worrying to, yeah.
So you would assume, right, given the fact that we get 14 and 14 is 10, but you know what I mean, you would assume that the episode with the degeneration plot was written with that in mind, like going back to David Tennant, but obviously, as we know, that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
The episode was written independently of that. Not only did Chibnall not know who the next Doctor was going to be, but he definitely didn't know that it was going to be, you know, David Tennant again. So this degeneration sort of is quite a weird coincidence that he ended up writing an episode that, like, obviously, whatever the situation is with, you know, David Tennant's 14, like, it almost ties together in a sense, but then it makes you wonder, like, I don't know, it's very strange. I don't have any issues necessarily about undoing a regeneration, because in this sort of specific situation, it was a forced regeneration. But then that, obviously, the Doctor has been subjected to that before. But you know, I'm not expecting them to go way back to Class Zero and meddle with that. So because it was like a very artificial thing, I don't have an issue with the idea of degeneration at all. But really, I just thought it was like interesting that the way things worked out. Do people? And perhaps this is part of the confusion with the numbering as well, because degeneration was a thing in the episode. Are people now thinking that 14 is actually just essentially they've just wiped out 11, 12 and 13, like just gotten rid of it instead of just... Does that make sense? Like,
Maybe that's what the new clothes are for, to hint that it's actually, this is new, guys, it's not just a reset.
But even then, people don't get it, so...
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they've come out strong in the press release saying Tennant is 14th and Ncuti 15th.
Because otherwise it would come across as like, and of course I know RTD's not trying to do this, of course, but it would come across as, right, all the stuff after David Tennant was shit, let's just undo it all. And obviously we know that's not the case, and that's why they've been so adamant that this is 14. It doesn't, like, it's not 10 again, like it's not undoing anything. But you could see very easily how people could get that confused. Like, they think, you know, essentially because degeneration is undoing or like, undoing a regeneration, people might easily assume that is what's going on here with 14. But it's just a coincidence.
What rubs me the wrong way about the degeneration thing in this episode is that obviously when it's done to the Doctor, it's a huge deal. Oh no, this is the worst thing that could possibly happen. But it's undone without sacrifice or consequence. It feels like if you're going to do something that crazy to have the Doctor be forcibly regenerated into someone else and then actually go as far as undoing that, it feels like there should be some kind of cost to having to undo that. It should be a big deal. I mean, this is a regeneration episode, right? If you're fucking around with the Doctor's body, there are all kinds of ways you could have that lead to the Doctor eventually having to regenerate for real, or just anything of consequence happening. The fact that it just gets reset and she's fine, and then she gets hit by a space laser.
Coincidentally dies later.
Yes.
Really odd, really strange.
Like, the implication is, right, theoretically, if the Doctor regenerated into someone they didn't want to be, or like appear or whatever, right, then it starts bringing into question, like, could they just reset it and then do it again? Especially because the Doctor, thanks to Chris Chibnall, now has infinite regenerations. So, theoretically, you could just keep, like, going back to the old, like, thing, Doctor wanting to be ginger. What if they just keep regenerating, then degenerating, then regenerate and degenerate until eventually they have the hair colour they want? Because there's no consequences to degeneration, as long as you have the machine to do it, you're all good, you know? You can do that. You can just infinitely regenerate and then degenerate until you have the exact, which obviously is a ridiculous concept, but because Chibnall didn't introduce any idea of there being a consequence for this process, then technically it's there. Like, it's an option for the Doctor to do, you know? But yeah, like, the whole idea that her death had no connection to the actual plot is just ridiculous. Like, as I actually said, it's like very, very funny. See, if you look at particularly New Who, so, but like obviously, but we'll just focus on New Who right now because obviously that's the most relevant part. But certainly if you look at 9, 10, 11, and 12, all of them basically died specifically for something they believe in, something they care about, to protect others, to save others,
sacrifice,
etc. Yeah, a sacrifice, a meaningful sacrifice. Whereas comparatively, when 13 dies, everything was already solved, everyone was safe and 100% okay, they were all in the TARDIS, there was no danger to them at all, the bloody Quarunx or whatever was released and it was safe and it was going off, she was destroying, like, the cyber planet was getting destroyed, the Master was defeated, everything was 100% okay, and she just happened to get hit by a big laser. Obviously the Master redirected it, but it doesn't matter, she got hit by a big laser. She didn't die for anything, she just died. Now, theoretically, you could do something interesting with that. Like, okay, obviously all the previous Doctors have done some sort of sacrifice. Now, you could have this random, just ridiculous, like, not accident, but, you know, like this random death as almost commentary on the idea that sometimes these things happen, like talking about sort of real life where you don't necessarily have control of it, and
like Dark Water with Danny.
Yeah, and sometimes it is just in a freak accident. It wasn't exactly as in Dark Water when Clara's angry because it was something so mundane, right? You could have a sort of commentary like that where, yeah, the previous Doctors will sacrifice themselves, but the Doctor isn't infallible, and the Doctor, you know, whatever, right? You could have a very, very good commentary, but no, it wasn't. It didn't touch upon that at all. You know, it genuinely just was. It was almost like Chibnall forgot that was the regeneration episode, and he tied up all his plot threads, or more or less anyway, not all of them, but he tied up the main plot threads and was like, oh shit, she's meant to be regenerating, and then added like the big space laser in at the last second to fix that. So it just didn't, the regeneration didn't say anything. 13's death had no meaning.
Why wasn't Yaz about to get lasered and like 13 dives over her?
Yeah. Like, and that would, and again, that would tie in a bit to Thasmin, like assuming that you make that major change, and then you can have them have a conversation about the feelings and all that stuff. Because so one simple change, but anyway,
yeah, it wasn't even like an accident or anything. Because what materially happened is the Doctor was too busy like standing outside the TARDIS, like basically gloating at the Master, like, "Oh, you're lost, and you ruined your body, you gambled and you're lost." And she just stands there like an idiot, so the Master can just go zonk and just hit her with the laser.
Yeah.
So it's just, in terms of why she died, it's just because she was being too stupid to get back into the TARDIS and get away from the deadly space laser. So it doesn't say anything particularly interesting or flattering or like deep or compelling or profound about life, about her character, about her choices. It's just a moment of her inexplicably acting in a way that makes no sense.
I think if I had my say, I would have done it like we said earlier, that the Master's regeneration, degeneration thing, we give it a bit more weight. We don't turn it into Astra's flip-flop, snip-snap kind of idea of you can undo it and redo it as many times as you like. We have, like, 13 regenerating into Sasha actually was a regeneration. And then for her to go back is like a state of grace. Like the end of Matt's last episode where he regenerates, but then we get like 5 more minutes with Matt. I think doing it like that, but we get a little bit more of Jodie after they fix the regeneration, would have been the way to make the Sasha regeneration not just feel like a random, oh, we can do it this easily thing. But anything besides kind of just coincidental or meaningless lasering would have been good.
I think there's room in this climax, which I think is probably accidentally quite interesting, but I think there's room here to connect a few ideas that we've talked about and one we haven't. And the one we haven't is that the opening titles sting is the reveal of a kid in vaguely sort of Gallifreyan-y clothes, tying directly visually to the Timeless Children stuff, and we hold on a very long time on the Doctor's shocked reaction, which I'm not saying for sure is meant to invoke the Timeless Children stuff, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if there was some intention there. And then, of course, it gets revealed that it's nothing to do with that, but the child is a front for a alien of great power, which is being abused. So there's room there to connect these two ideas, even though the actual Timeless Children plot gets one line of vague reference in the whole story, and definitely doesn't get mentioned to Yaz. But then what's the meaning being made there? Because the last thing the Doctor does with her life before glowing at the Master is freeing this big monster. What she actually says is, I'm gonna free you, but I need you to do something for me first, which is a bit not great to an abused alien. Maybe don't say that. But then the alien fires a big laser at the planet on the Doctor's orders, and then that big laser kills her. So it feels like there's some attempt, some intention to parallel Quarunx, whatever. One last Chibnall name for the road.
I think all the actors said it differently as well, so.
Great. Ideal. I guess there's some link there, but I'm really not seeing it. And it's a really odd choice, I think, to just not go back to the Timeless Children stuff at all. Like, I felt it was resolved after Flux, but to not even mention it?
The image of the Quarunx's child disguise, like perception filter almost, the image of the child kind of floating in those chains in midair, is an incredibly arresting image. So when they immediately go, I see, it's just projecting what you think you want to protect, it's actually just this CGI effect, a big octopus blob thing. I just my heart sank. It was like, my God, why can't you do anything right?
It's just a big thing.
A big spaghetti.
The Doctor frees it, and it flies off next to the TARDIS, so is it sort of paralleling
something?
But
then, if that's meant to be possibly some sort of parallel, what does it say that it killed the Doctor?
Right?
What does that say about things? You know,
and
who knows?
The Master makes it kill the Doctor by going whoop, 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 whoop with the tissue compression eliminator, I guess. It's all very... That last sequence has no heart.
Yeah, I think the problem is we're trying to find meaning in something that Chibnall himself didn't think that deeply about, which is a shame because we are used, I say used to, obviously it's been quite a few years now since we've had an episode where this is the case, but we were used to episodes where there was actual thought and meaning put into things and the parallels and the dialogue and all that. So when we are noticing possible patterns, we're trying to figure out, what was intended here, but the reality is probably nothing was intended. Probably Chibnall didn't even notice the parallels himself.
So many times in this episode, you can feel Chibnall on autopilot. It's like he goes into a trance and starts writing these run-on speeches with repeating phrases. The Doctor's saying, no time, no time, no time. Oh, last time I saw you, you were half cat. Last time I saw you, you were a tour guide in Gloucester. And just, it's very 80s because you're referencing a thing from the 80s. You can just feel Chibnall just going on these just endless automatic writing escapades. And it's just the sheer laziness and emptiness with which he approaches his final episode on the show. It's just staggering. It's like at the moment in a story where you think an actual identity needs to assert itself, the end, Chibnall just said fuck it and gave in to the absolute worst, emptiest possible form of the show. This is so far away from anything I could possibly want Doctor Who to be, man.
He has his vision. He said of the episode, every sequence is massive. The pre-credits is like a mini movie in itself. This episode has more visual effects shots than any episode in Doctor Who history. There's a lot of action. There are a lot of locations. There are a lot of monsters. There's a lot of things exploding. Really, from the get-go, it had to feel constantly on the move, constantly exciting, and I think it does. I would say it's a fast, lively, and exciting episode. What you have with the three villains is separate plans and multiple threats for the Doctor. So the Doctor is really having to contain separate attacks on multiple fronts, and it's incredibly overwhelming. She's running from pillar to post to try and sort all of these things out. And again, it was something I had in my mind for a long time, that it'd be lovely to do the axis of evil, the triumvirate of evil in Jodie's final episode. We hadn't done those, and I really wanted to hold that back for the finale. So I think that it's really big, and there's more VFX shots than ever, and that there's three bad guys was the vision.
He mentions there that it had to feel like it was constantly on the move. It's 90 minutes long. You can have some downtime.
If we're really taking a laser focus to his writing, there's one particular bit of the episode. I know we talked about The Kiss That Never Was as a bit of a microcosm for how the fandom interacts with this era, but there's an exchange in here that I think is a great microcosm of just his writing in general. And so it's on your Cyber Foundry planet, and it's very emblematic. That's the word I want. It's very emblematic writing for Chibnall. So 13 says, there's a rudimentary cloaking shield in operation. Soon fix that. The Cybermen have tethered that child into this planet. It was registering as an energy source. Yaz, how is that child an energy source? Doc, wait, there's more layers to this shield. Oh, not just cloaking, it's a consciousness shield. A creature trying to evade capture, hiding behind a visual projection shield. And this one shows us instinctively what we instinctively want to protect as a defense. Yaz, so what is it? Doctor, a Quarunx, one of the great mysteries of the universe. I've never seen one before, Yaz. Sentient energy enough to power planets and civilizations. They're so rare. A metal planet with a Quarunx at the heart of it, on the edge of Earth in the second decade of the 20th century. Why? Cybermen, desist. Doc, decided to show your face, have you? Is this planet you're doing? Cyberman. This structure is the zenith of cyber conversion, an entire planet transported here. Doc, you think I'm going to allow that? Cyb, you will not be able to stop it. Doc, oh yeah, why is that? Cyb, your master awaits, Doctor. Yaz, Doctor, what does it mean by that?
So now we've been hypnotized into sleep.
No one else writes like that. And I get there's things you can defend the Chibnall era for. There are. And I get that there's things you can say he does that other writers doesn't do. But no one can look at that exchange and tell me this is normal, or this is okay, or this is how TV should be being written. That is terrible. That is really bad exposition. That is heartless, characterless, formless, terrible. Your master awaits. What does it mean by that? It's really bad.
Energy source. I love
that the explanation for shield is, what's the shield? Oh, it's a shield. Let's just use the word shield more.
Oh, it's not a shield. It's a consciousness shield. Like, there's layer upon layer of reveals and explanations of things that don't in any way matter, that aren't relevant to the characters or the plot. Oh, it's a Cyber Foundry. How did they do this?
He does not clean up or redraft this shit at all, does he? He doesn't. He just puts it on paper. Doesn't even check to see if he's repeated himself.
Why are they in the second decade of the 20th century? They just are. You don't need to say that if it's not important.
It's just so artless. Just the blank spooling exposition. It's just... You can do this with poetry. I think of how RTD would come up with these fascinating names, or these very evocative... you know how we talk about Time War enemies and have all these great names for them and they'd really stoke up your imagination? Or how Moffat would like talk about things with such wit, and he'd put like weird sex jokes into it, and he'd put like little fairy tale references, and it wouldn't just be characters stopping and just like standing next to each other. What is that? It's this. What does that mean? It means this. What does that mean? Where are we going next? This is not normal. This is not how the show has to work, and it didn't used to be like this. It's really bad.
I yearn every day for I didn't want to say a magic door, right? So that's all you need. In 90% of situations, especially on a show as absolutely unbelievably loose with the science as this one is, just say it's a magic door. Just say, it's a cyber planet. Cool, let's move on. If you need it at all, which you obviously don't.
To bring this full circle a bit, back to Series 11, there was another... It wasn't actually written by Chibnall, it was written by Ed Heim, but there was another bit of dialogue that just made me like a bit stunned and not very happy with the show, which was when the Doctor, for 3 unbroken minutes, does a similar sort of ream of dialogue about another dimension, the Solar Tract, and she just keeps, but what would that mean? It would mean this, and this is that, and this is that, and it just goes... Sagan is doing incredible work in that sequence. He's doing a fantastic bit of music there. It's really, really good. But Jodie is just going on and on and on with these reams of just heartless line. And the Solar Tract's a more interesting idea than, what does that mean? It means this, it's a shield. But in the Doctor Who magazine based around this centenary, Jodie talks a bit about that Solar Tract exchange. She's talking about what's been hard about the role. And she says the hardest thing is learning the lines. I mean, there's no whining about it. If the hardest thing about your job is learning lines, you're doing well. But this is a particular challenging type of dialogue, and you want to make sure you do it justice. When I first started, and I started to get my pages, I went, okay, I know I'm not shooting that for 2 more weeks, but oh my God. The first proper wobble for me of going, I don't know if I can do this, was when we were shooting The Woman Who Fell to Earth and It Takes You Away at the same time. And I had a massive monologue in It Takes You Away about the Solar Tract. 3 pages of explaining something that I'm like, Jodie mimes a look of total bafflement. I remember going up to our amazing script supervisor and saying, am I the worst doctor ever at learning lines? And then later she talks about she ended up learning the lines by she'd stick pages around the room and like physicalize it out. Like she'd walk around the room and memorize that line there and memorize that line there. But yeah, I just think it's interesting that we kind of circled back and she talked about the difficulty of learning, the 3 unbroken pages of exposition.
It's just fucked up. I think, if you've acted, then, learning lines it's tough. But if you've actually got fun stuff to act, then it's fun. It's kind of fun. If you've got a good speech to do, a good monologue, a good, you love practicing it and there's stuff to explore, stuff to do. When it's just 3 minutes of exposition, that is just such a fucking horrible misuse of an actor in any way. It's just such garbage, and it has been insufferable these years. Every time one of these monologues or speeches or some of these slabs of just wooden, leaden exposition has been unloaded on us as viewers, it's been insufferable to listen to, and it's just been insufferable to tolerate.
You would really hope that in a show like this, where the lead role is such an input into the character of it and the shape of the show, you would hope that I can't learn these lines, they are too flat and too opaque, would mean something changes. You would hope that between directors and actors, the script, gets notes and gets shined up and gets things like that changed. You would hope that if Jodie struggled with bits like that in Series 11, which I can only imagine every actor would, because it is unperformable dialogue, you would hope that that got changed in later series and that by her final episode she wasn't doing exactly the same thing. But no. Because things don't change. Things don't change. There's a way that this works. There's a kind of person that the main character is, and that's just how it is. And there's a hierarchy to these things, and the person who writes the script is in charge, and everyone below just does what they're told. There's a hierarchy, and it doesn't change. Chib show.
I just find it fascinating that there is a kind of viewer, a kind of audience who watches stuff like this with that turgid exposition and finds it really fun. Because to me, it's just the vague semblance of something that's supposed to be fun, but it's just empty, wet, miserable, depopulated, like a rainy, empty children's playground in October. Which, I've seen someone describe Chib Who as that before, and that's exactly what this was. It just feels so dead and drab and empty and dusty and soulless and depressing. I really don't get much of a sense of this being a fun romp. We're sitting through 90 minutes of that, because it was just exhausting.
Some of the people who find this fun are the actors. And, well, I think this is tricky, because there's so much stuff where Chibnall will talk about, the joy of the show is that we had a good time making it. And, that's the most important thing, is that we were having fun making the show. And we get so many of the actors that, say, I made the best friends ever. Like, look at Jodie and Mandip's friendship is one for the ages. It's really beautiful how close they are together. I think it's really, really nice that they form such a strong friendship on the show. That's all great. Sounds like a good place to work in lots of ways. But there's a little undercurrent there, isn't there? Because I totally believe, obviously, all the Jodie and Mandip are great friends, and John Bishop and they're all great friends. That's great. And they like Chibnall. I'm not trying to do some conspiracy theory against that or whatever. But, on the record, we sometimes get people being very stressed. Like we have Sasha talking about the Timeless Children and how Jodie had to help him out, and, it changed a bit how that episode was getting made because stuff was coming so late. And then I know people have strong opinions on, what did or didn't happen in Series 12. But it sounds to me like the production suffered at times with this show. And so I feel like I don't like kind of glitzing it up like, whatever you think, the show was all roses all the time because the actors are all friends and they said they had a good time. Because, on record, we have some of that not being the case. And also, if you've worked any job, it's not all, even if a lot of it's good, like obviously it was bad time. So you can't just say this era was a moral good because the actors had a pretty good time. I think that's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, they obviously can't talk about the stuff that went, tits up behind the scenes, can they? To Doctor Who magazine, you're not going to hear about that bit. So I think there's no point viewing it with roses and stuff. But at the same time, as great as it is if they had a good time, lovely time, made wonderful friendships and stuff, we're not here as the audience to judge what is happening in their personal lives. That's not relevant to us. We're not watching that bit. We're not part of that bit. They're making a TV show for us to watch. We're critiquing it. I don't give a fuck how much fun they have behind the scenes, fundamentally. I just don't care. It's not relevant to me, and there's no reason it should be relevant to me.
Also, it's thinking about the actors as well, but in terms of things like scripts coming in late and all that, I think about the poor crew.
Exactly.
Like sure, the actors had a great time, but that doesn't necessarily mean the crew did. And I'm sure they did. Like we've seen, if I'd like to think for the most part it was enjoyable, but when there was tough moments, sometimes I would wager there's more tough moments for the crew than there ever was for the actors, and you obviously don't hear about stuff from the crew and how much they enjoyed or didn't enjoy working on it. So that's an extra level to it as well, So every single time the actors were struggling, well, think about how many more times the crew must have been.
Absolutely, it's like you see that with what Eccleston talks about and what ended up all the insanity with how the BBC treated him, and he often says a lot of that's because he was sticking up for the crew. And you see, with the Barrowman stuff, is even if you come to a level of, well, the cast seemed okay with it, but what about the crew? I think it's very easy to just focus on the pretty faces we get on the actual screen and not, or the multitudes of other people who work on it.
From a storytelling point of view, it very much feels like it's a mountainous team structure in the in not just this show, but in the best creative visual mediums. It's a combination of writer and producer and director and actor who make the story. You know, we're still quite close to this, so we haven't got all the perspective that we have for other eras, but there's Taleli and Capaldi working on those scripts, changing details, adapting bits, finding new angles that the lines can take on, and things that can be done with performance and direction that change the meaning, that actually put heart and put creativity into the show. As I don't particularly doubt that, especially Jodie and Mandip had an absolute ball on this show, but you don't get the sense that they had creative input in their characters. Like, Mandip managed to get Thasmin sort of on screen for a bit, but there's no sense of collaboration, of working together on those ideas. They talk all the time, especially in your tragedy video, about this is just what the script says, and the script is sending us in circles. And I think that Yaz probably feels this because it's all coming from one place. And I think that, I don't think it's the main cause of these issues, but I think that hierarchy is a really bad thing.
Yeah. I'd have to do more research into this. My impression's always been the Capaldi era was a bit of an aberration, and the actor had a bit more say than usual, and we had a director who was super respected. At least one director who had quite a lot of say. Might be wrong, but I always got the impression Capaldi had. And I like that Moffat pushed back on him on some stuff too. This is topics for another time. But yeah, the collaboration of that era seemed really nice, and it didn't really seem here so much. Well, there's a character we haven't talked about much, because the episode doesn't talk about him much, because he leaves really early. Well, first, before Dan, John Bishop, who seems really lovely in, like we're saying, the behind-the-scenes stuff. Little John Bishop anecdote I found really interesting is he says in his comedy, which is, is his day job, people keep expecting Doctor Who jokes and anecdotes and stuff. And he says he doesn't really do that, in his words, because I've come away from Doctor Who with a renewed respect for it. It was quite a special personal experience, and while the odd funny story about it is fine, I basically decided that I didn't want to undermine that experience. Which almost feels simpatico to me with like the Capaldi not wanting to come back to anniversary stuff. I just think it's interesting how some actors kind of have like this sanctity they kind of treat the show with. I think it's quite sweet that he doesn't really put the show into his comedy because he found it quite meaningful and he really respects the show. I think that's quite nice. And his exit is almost kind of like that as a character. It's quite dignified, I think. It sits weirdly in the story, but basically him saying, I've had a great time, but I've got to step back now. I need to go back to my life. This has been good, but I'm calmly and, politely stepping away. And, the doctor says, okay. What do we think of that goodbye?
It was very abrupt, of course. There was no build up to it, no lead up, aside from obviously the bit just before the titles. But on the same note, as far as companion exits go in the Chibnall era, it's certainly, well, compared to like Yaz, well, I mean, you've got that to the contrast of the two in that same episode. But yeah, it was like again, it suffers from the fact that it just came out of nowhere, it feels. But on the same note, as far as exit go, it was dignified, it had agency, it was, it was good, and it was fine. Like, I think it would be a lot more looked upon a lot more favourably if it had been at least later in the episode, or alternately had a bit more build up. But then obviously Dan's not been around for very long, so it's not like you could have a multi-episode thing where you'd see him rethinking his decision to travel with the Doctor, because he's really not been there long enough for there to be space for that. But if it had at least been a wee bit later in the episode, but then I suppose there was so much going on in the episode as well, there wasn't really an opportunity for that downtime, because as Chibnall said, he likes it when the Doctor's constantly running about and no time to sort of rest. So, but yeah, it was I wouldn't say it was like emotional or, you know, exit. Like, in terms of companions choosing to leave, exits, like, you know, Tegan and Martha's, for example, like, they'll all stick more in your mind because they had that emotional weight behind them. But, you know, it was a fine exit for a character who hadn't been there for very long and didn't, you know, there wasn't really much to do or say. I don't think he never, like, I suppose this is a thing that pretty much all the Chibnall Year companions suffered from, but it's not like there was much emotional investment in Dan, so it was just kind of like, okay, bye. It was nice having you, you know.
Yeah, the fact he's now homeless barely even registers.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's true. It's like he can go live with what's her name?
Diane.
Oh, I forgot. Diane. That's it. Thought I was gonna say that, but I was like, I was doubting myself what it was. But yeah, you can go live with her. It's fine.
Yeah, I think if this was a more coherent piece of writing, then starting with a companion leaving would inform the rest of the episode. But what happens here is that maybe there's like a 5-second pause and then the Dalek transmission comes into the TARDIS and the Doctor's like, what's going on? So it's almost immediately forgotten. And I think that just typifies the whole story. Everything just floating around, disconnected, nothing really woven together. Even Dan's deciding to leave feels abrupt given everything he went through in Flux and Sea Devils and Eve. It's like there's no particular reason for this to be happening now other than that contracts are up and shit. So remember Graham was in this episode?
Oh, yeah.
Where was Ryan?
Patagonia, apparently. He's stuck in the sodding time vortex.
He's leading a Netflix show?
Oh, yeah, Tozen did get some good job, didn't he? Yeah, good on him.
Yeah, Mandip next, please.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Do you know, actually, this is complete aside, but Tozen's that I watched the trailer for whatever he's in, and he was brilliant in it. Like, he was so...
Really?
And I'm gonna say, like, is that? Do you not think so? Well, I think comparing it at least to how he was as Ryan, like he was, and I think this was like a direction issue, really.
Right.
He was. Why are you saying it like that?
No, I'm just interested. I think he never seemed really into Doctor Who, did he?
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, like, in that trailer for whatever is it a movie or a series or whatever, but in that trailer he actually had life in him. And he was, you know, it's enjoyable to watch. Whereas, I've got to be honest, as Ryan, he was very wooden. He just.
I haven't seen the trailer. That's the only reason I sound surprised.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying
No.
you were acting like you thought he was like really shit in it, and I was like, and I've got like if you watch it though, you'll see it is like night and day. He is so enjoyable to watch in it. He's so full of life. He's brilliant in it. Genuinely. To the point I was like shocked because having watched Ryan, like literally, like it's like so wooden, so lifeless in his acting. I mean, it sounds really cruel, but again, I don't think it was his fault. I think it must be the direction, because when you compare him in other projects, he's brilliant. So what happened on Doctor Who? Maybe you're right. Maybe you didn't really care for it. You know, who knows, right?
And I think it's fair enough. He was getting served even less than, you know, a lot of other characters.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like he was getting brilliant scripts or, you know, much of interest to do. So see if he wants to phone it in, then fair enough, right? I don't blame him for that. But certainly, like getting that opportunity to see how good he can be just makes me so sad that Ryan. Like Ryan's, like the whole character of Ryan never used Tozen's potential, you know. And you also had glimpses of that with Mandip in this final episode, because she was really, for what she was given to work with, she was brilliant. I thought she genuinely was. So she was really good, and even like the final few scenes, like genuinely her acting, like the only thing that made me feel any sort of emotion towards like the very end of the episode, when 13 was about to regenerate, was Mandip's acting. And like I said, she didn't get much in terms of lines or like whatever, but you could see the absolute heartbreak on Yaz's face. You could see it. You could see all the things, and I fully believe this is something that she wasn't directed to do. Mandip just put that in her performance, but it's like you could see all the things she wanted to say but couldn't because Chibnall never wrote it, you know. But so like I really, really, really genuinely hope Mandip gets plenty more roles, because I do think she is a brilliant actress, and it makes me so sad that she was so underutilised and not given opportunity to reach her full potential. And to I would say that probably the same about Jodie. Now I know people have issues with Jodie's performance, but again, seeing that contrast between the actors in different roles and then comparing them to how they were in Chibnall's era of Doctor Who, I genuinely believe it is not entirely their fault. Now Jodie probably made some acting decisions by herself that contributed to this idea, like some of the issues I have with 13 and how she was depicted. But the thing is, she was basing her performance off of the script she was given and the direction she was given and advice from Chibnall. So I think working within the realms of what she was given to work with, she probably chose to perform, chose her performance accurately, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? According to exactly what she was given. Now, if she'd been given something of more substance and better guidance on the character, then I believe that she could have done a lot better. So that's the trouble. I think, again, it always goes back to the top. You know, like we're talking about the people who are in charge of the series that are probably at least partially, if not completely, responsible for some of the issues we also have had over the years with acting and character choices. So things that weren't necessarily in the script, but certainly would have been guided, like the actors would have been guided on it when they were actually filming. So that's just, I suppose, sort of a wee aside. But certainly, I just think it was a shame for the actors as well.
Before Gig or Oliver reply to that point about Jodie, I want to, on that point of Tosin and Mandip going off to do better things and different things, I learned about a really weird thing Mandip did a few years ago, yesterday. So, and Gig might be interested in this because I know Gig, I like him too, but I think Gig really likes him. He likes FMV games. Isn't that right, Gig?
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
I like Sam Barlow's games, Her Story and Telling Lies. I'm not specifically into FMV games, okay? Do not put this on me. I have some FMV game fetish. Agree.
FMV games are like, I don't know, how would you, they're like live action
video.
Yeah, they're like live action, real video, but you choose, it's like a game, you know, you choose stuff that happens and stuff like that. There was there was an old X-Files one in, I think, the late 90s. That was a fairly big deal. And yeah, there's like a resurgence, the Sam Barlow one.
Yeah. Her Story is amazing.
Yes, I love Her Story.
If you've not played it.
Yeah. Well, Mandip was in one in 2020 called 5 Dates. And she's one of a couple of women in the game. And the idea is it's like an FMV game where you do Zoom dates with different women during COVID. And so there's this whole game where you can date Mandip Gill, basically, that she did in 2020.
Have you played it?
I have not.
Okay.
I don't think it's my thing, but I learned of it yesterday, and I thought,
yeah.
That's an interesting thing for one of these actors to have done.
Strange project.
Is it a Netflix?
No, it's called 5 Dates.
It's on some shady website that it's been accessing.
It's on Steam. I can see it right now. It's $18.50 Australian dollars. It's a real game.
It's not just his dream.
So in short, if you want to see Mandip actually do some acting, I assume you can just play this game rather than watch Doctor Who, right? Is that the gist of this tangent?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think when an actor becomes a lead character on Doctor Who, as RTD revived it in 2005, between then and when Moffat left in 2017, I think I would like to think that the show gained a reputation for giving its lead actors lots of really cool stuff to do as actors, giving them some range, giving them grief, joy, tragedy, comedy, hilarity, passion, conflict, all kinds of stuff. Just a great showcase for an actor. So it's just a fucking disgrace that we spent 4 years with it like this, with actors just doing having the minimum to do and being locked in these boxes, like the same way Yaz was stuck in a box on the TARDIS. You know, just having like actors and practitioners, performers, crew, cast members, whatever, getting stuck doing just the least of their talents and the least of their abilities in the show that's just being broadcast to everyone. It's just been a fucking disgrace and just a damn shame to our whole our whole culture and our whole country. Sorry, tripped over my words a bit.
It's I don't know. At least Mandip, I imagine, has got like a real good show reel out of this.
Yeah,
I think she's got enough acting in this. In this era, I'm glad Tosin's doing well, because I'm not sure I could have built a show reel out of the stuff he got to do on Doctor Who.
Yeah,
look nothing like Hugh Jackman.
Great.
Yes, his acting was rough, but I promise you, he is capable of far more than that. So I'm really, I'm glad he's on to bigger and better things.
Tosin and Mandip should be fine. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, you know what we're sounding like these last 3.5 or so hours is I think we sound a little bit like a support group or like group therapy. And Bradley Walsh called the support group therapy sessions when he was talking about them in the behind the scenes. And so the episode basically, besides the regeneration, it basically ends with a group therapy support group of past companions. And, you know, so we get cameos mostly of people we've seen Jo in the show before, or in the Sarah Jane Adventures at least. Ian's obviously new. Mel is, let's get used to that. So interesting seeing Mel back. I don't want to talk about William Russell quite yet. The first bit is just that it being a group therapy thing is really interesting because it's one of those things, like we say, you know, Chibnall orchestrates all of this. He writes it. And what he could have wrote is like a party or like a celebratory thing. He could have, you know, had everyone bonding and, you know, Graham doing some dadcore barbecue or whatever. Like, it could have been a big fun thing that they're all swapping nice stories about being with the Doctor and it's all like a happy thing. But he has them in chairs like it's Companions Anonymous and they're all, it's quite bleak, isn't it? It's like,
it's downbeat.
It's nice they're bonding, but it's really dour. It's like a group therapy session. What does this say about his vision of the Doctor, and what does this say about his vision of the companions?
Someone said, didn't they? They were like, the group therapy itself, like, is a good thing. You've got a support group. Support group's great, but it implies the thing that's bringing you all together was something ultimately negative, something bad. Which
it says they need therapy.
Yes, it says they need therapy. It says they need that support because something, you know, in their life has necessitated that. So it's really quite miserable that is because it drives home the point, especially in the context of Yaz just having like left the TARDIS. It drives home this idea that essentially, like, the companions are abandoned, you know, and they're upset about that. They need support. Like, it's as you say, it's not a celebratory thing. They're not like swapping stories about exciting adventures. They are coping with the fact that they've been left behind. Basically, that's how Chibnall chose to portray it.
I think Chibnall's vision we can see through. Like, there's two things I can think of. One is that scene I love of Captain Jack and Yaz in Revolution of the Daleks when they're walking outside and they're talking through the relationship with the Doctor and life and everything. And Jack delivers that kind of quite grim, but I think is Chibnall's kind of ideology here, which is that it's worth the pain. He says, you know, it's going to hurt you, Yaz, that she'll leave you. But it's worth it because the times with her are so amazing. Not many other people get to do this. You know, it's pretty great. So it's going to hurt, but we do it for her. You know, we hurt in her presence, but it's all worth it. And Chibnall in the behind the scenes about this scene talks about how he thinks it's fantastic that, you know, the Doctor never leaves you, even if it's been, you know, decades, that the Doctor's always stuck with you. And so I think I get the sense he's big into this idea of, you know, the Doctor's this kind of mythic figure that, you know, you're always kind of attached to and you never lose. But the way he filters that through, like a kind of dour, we have to support each other therapy thing is just so it's a really big choice. And I think some people think of it as, well, that's the obvious thing, but it's not. It could have been a barbecue. It could have been a party. It could have been even like just a happier room or something. But he chose to make it therapy.
Show that ultimately, as much as there was pain involved in leaving, that ultimately being with the Doctor enriched their lives. He failed to show that. He, in fact, made it seem like after you've been with the Doctor, you're going to be miserable, because once you've had that experience, you'll never get anything like it ever. I mean, I suppose you won't, but you'll never, nothing will ever compare, which is a really miserable sort of idea, especially for, and I think I referenced this before, but especially for, again, Yaz, who's just left, and already there's this negative light to the fact that now she is without the Doctor, but especially in the context of the fact that we've already had an episode previously where it's revealed that she's dealt with severe depression before. Yeah. So if that is the case, it's like it leaves it on a note where the imagery of the support group plus knowing Yaz's background, it makes me worried for her. It genuinely concerns me that Chibnall thinks that's an appropriate way to end Yaz's story, where she is lost, she's got nothing, the person she loved has basically abandoned her, and she has a history of,
whatever Can You Hear Me suggests,
yeah, whatever it is suggesting, but she has a history of that, so it's very miserable. And even focusing just on her, that's the most depressing ending possible. But then also, as I was saying, it also implies a lot about how the other companions feel about leaving the Doctor or having been left. So it's a very pessimistic view of life after the Doctor, I guess.
The transparent projection of the Seventh Doctor says, every bird leaves the nest. Has to fly away.
Yeah.
But the story doesn't have a sense of what people actually go on to after the fact. Tegan's, missing the Doctor so much that she's desperate for a single message, and we're told that she does cool things, but none of that's, in narrative. Ace's work doesn't get mentioned. The only scene that has everyone in it is reflecting in, like you say, a aesthetically quite grim context on their time on the show, with no idea of what they're actually doing with their life. I mean, compare that to the Sarah Jane Adventures episode with Joe, where it's all about what they've been up to since. Yeah, that's in a show about what one of the companions has been up to since, and we're talking about Joe and the amazing life she's been living. And that's all about looking forward, and they talk about all the other ones who are doing amazing things with their life, a couple of which are contradicted here, but doesn't really matter. And with Yaz, we don't know what life she's going back to. We've got no idea. Does she still have a job?
There was that interview, maybe Neil has a quote, but Mandip said that certainly after life with the Doctor, she couldn't go back to just mundanity, basically. And I think it was I don't know the full context of the interview, like I said, maybe Neil might know it, but she was referring to something like Yaz would have to join Torchwood or something like that, probably because people had theories or whatever for a while that she might do that, or she could. So I guess Mandip was addressing that, but certainly she was of the belief that she couldn't go back to normal life, that she would have to go ahead and join something like Torchwood in order to fill that void that the Doctor has left. So, but the thing is, we don't get any indication of what the future is going to be.
Yeah.
in the final scenes in the support group, Chib does throw in like a sop to that whole point of view that there should be something to do. I think he has Kate there saying, "Oh, I may be hiring guys." So, you know, on top of this incredibly bleak kind of conception of what post-TARDIS life is like, you can either be boring and miserable and just reminiscing on the Doctor all the time, or you can get a job working as like a consultant for like the military or whatever the hell the unit is at this point.
Yeah, just some work. She just, like, it's not doing stuff. Jo Grant's off doing stuff, explicitly, you know, changing the world, improving things. With this version of Doctor Who, doing the Doctor Whoing is just work. It's just work that needs doing, that they can all get hired for on a part-time basis. 0-hour contract with unit.
The Ian in the room there is... So... That's nearly... He's made a Guinness record of the appearances as the same character in a TV show across a huge span of time. William Russell has there, from the 60s Doctor Who to 2022, this episode. Ian was, of course, one of the first 3 companions of the show. And Ian was also like a proper character. Like, I think more so than a lot of other companions, especially in Classic Who, he was a defined character. It was a really good character, and he changed. It was a great character. I love Ian and Barbara. Really good character. So, he's in his 90s. Like, this is a very old man. And so, it's incredible to see him back. Like, there were 2 moments this episode I got emotional. I got really sad and angry when I realized what Yaz's last scene was Yaz's last scene and what was happening. As you know, I said my goodbyes to her. That made me sad and angry. And then seeing Ian again, I was just kind of struck with, wow, this is Ian. And so I think that was what Chibnall wanted, for people to be wowed by that. To see William Russell again in character is amazing. His lines are, I see did you say her? I know some people get quite shirty about that because I think, are we doing like a gender joke? Is his last thing. His delivery, I'm not sure if that's meant to be read as like Ian's, a bit of a old man and he's like, what? Or if it's just meant to be befuddlement. But either way, it's a pretty cheap joke for his line. But more pressing thing with Ian there, I think, is I assumed he was green screened in when I watched the episode, just because I figured, I know Tom Baker's not in the episode and we don't know quite why yet exactly, whether he didn't want to be for whatever reason or whether it was just like he was too ill or he wasn't going to leave his house or whatever. Because as the producers and cast talk about all the time, pandemic, this was such an issue with flux and everything. So I assumed a super old man like William Russell was just green screened, composited in. It's a funny world as well where I'd feel like warmer if a man was like superimposed into a scene rather than hanging out with people in real life that he would be able to bond with because he's had a similar job with them. It's a funny world where I'd feel like that was the kind of thing to do rather than, actually be in a social situation. But such is the world. But no, he was actually there. And, Jodie was there as well. She wasn't in the scene, but she came down to be part of it. So there were a lot of people there. And so I know some people take some issue with this because he's a very old man. And, I know like Better Call Saul, filming its last season, took great pains for its old man actor, Hector, to be super selective and have as few people in scenes with him as possible, cast and crew, and film all his stuff, in a certain way to protect him because he's old and therefore he's more susceptible to, whatever can go wrong there. So I know some people didn't get that great reaction of seeing William Russell. It was more like, are we actually putting William Russell with a bunch of other people? So there's that kind of thorn in it. And the other one is, I think Gig could speak to this better. I know there's a tweet flying around where someone said they were part of some Zoom Q&A, which said William Russell was quite confused during the scene and John Bishop had to help him understand what was going on and everything. I don't put much stock in that because it's a vague tweet about a vague Zoom meeting that we can't see. And so I feel like it's ridiculous to read in positive or negative into that because it's just not enough information. But very old man, his lines were, basically a gender joke. I want to hear from you first on this, Gig, because I know you have strong opinions on this. How do we feel about the William Russell of it all?
Well, I think in the context of just how that kind of thing is received by fans, I know you say you don't put much stock in that Zoom tweet, but I think the response to that anecdote, I think, is more interesting than the anecdote itself. The fact that that's kind of presented as this super heartwarming thing. Oh, it's so heartwarming. John Bishop had to help this confused old man so he didn't get distressed on set. And I think there is something slightly bizarre, I think maybe in this country generally, about how we turn very old people into mascots almost. I mean, kind of recently in this country, there was this phenomenon with Captain Tom, this very old man who was sort of paraded around his garden for, political reasons to do with COVID and stuff. And then he caught COVID and died. And it was just quite a grim spectacle, I think, because I think when you take someone who is incredibly vulnerable like that and you put them into this role of being almost like a figurehead for something or other, or wheel them in front of the cameras, or you kind of get them to do something or other, and you aren't necessarily respecting like how vulnerable they are or may be, and you might, in a sense, I think it teeters towards almost using them for your own aims, rather than actually putting the most importance on the care of that person and how safe and content and calm and positive that old person is feeling about the situation. I think it's just dangerous territory, and I think as a culture, I think we kind of fetishize that kind of stuff too much to the point where it gets a bit creepy, and I feel maybe less than entirely comfortable. I mean, if you think back to the Three Doctors and how they get William Hartnell to cameo in that episode he visibly comes off like he's reading cue cards. He doesn't sound that well, and there is something kind of there is something disquieting about it. Seeing an actor who earlier on in the show was so proud and was giving such a forthright performance, being so dignified, seeing him kind of brought in front of the cameras to do this really much more feeble kind of performance, just so he can be there, rather than actually, even though we can't actually see this guy, I guess, giving the performance that maybe he would want or that would be ideal or whatever. I think there is something a little bit, I don't want to say fucked up, but there is something weird about how I think Doctor Who fandom and Doctor Who relates to older, maybe sicker members of its past family, so to speak, and has this compulsion to get them back in front of the cameras, regardless of to what extent that is really fulfilling and positive. And I think maybe fans have a tendency to make it positive in their heads, even if that means not necessarily thinking about it too much. Personally, I didn't get a huge rush of positive feelings and fluffies from that Ian scene. I think if you were going to go to the extent of getting in front of the cameras, you could at least have given him something cooler to say. And, I think it all felt just a bit half-assed. Partly maybe because I knew from the leaks that all these old companion cameos were happening. But I think it doesn't feel like a very warm thing for me to go back to. I don't feel like it does. Again, it's this idea of doing things justice. I don't really feel like the Ian era of the show was done justice. I mean, I think it's probably impossible without Jacqueline Lane to come back as Barbara. But I think even just having Ian back, he just feels like an old guy with a sticker on him saying Ian.
I think you get a lot of that as well in people talking about Tom Baker not coming back.
Yeah.
How dare he?
Yeah, it's a shame because this is probably his last chance. Like what an actor's life is worth is an appearance as literally just a cutout, a bit of iconography that everyone can get screen caps of and post online. I think I'm not sure we know enough about what actually happened in the filming to say whether, from a production point of view, it was worthwhile. But like Gig, I don't know, I didn't really get anything out of it, and the fan conversation around it I have found quite gross.
I'm also cautious because I know we haven't seen the episode or episodes yet, but also Bernard Cribbins was another man in his 90s that got taken out to quite public, lots of people, exterior filming for what Russell T Davies is doing with David Tennant, and he passed away, not from catching COVID from that or anything, but he did pass away, which isn't the relevant bit so much of it was a man in his 90s, doing filming with lots of people, and we're all really happy because it's an old actor from Doctor Who is back, and of course we haven't seen how it was used in the episode, so maybe it's fantastic and it's substantial, and honestly I assume it would be, but I'm just cautious. I've seen some people who might, get really angry at the use of William Russell but think, oh, Bernard Cribbins is fine because it'll be written better or whatever, in which case it's a bit of a hollow complaint against how William Russell was used. But a lot of people will take issue with both or with neither. So it's a complicated issue.
I think it's just fundamentally a dangerous sentiment in the idea that the way an actor should be spending the final years of their life is reprising a character they played decades ago. You know, it's like, you know, to a certain extent, I think the actor should, the person, not the actor, the person should come first, rather than what iconography they represent and what nostalgic memories they may evoke if we get them in an episode of TV.
Obviously, Peter Capaldi isn't nearly as old and is a very hard-working actor, but the exact same conversation happens around his declaration recently that he's not interested in returning, where people feel as if they are owed his time and his performance in a way that, again, it's this sort of possessiveness of fandom that really irks me.
And it's not like Paul McGann, I could almost understand it because he got one movie. I know he got reams of audio dramas that we were very fascinated by, but he got one movie, so I could understand, you know, I might roll my eyes a bit at Time War miniseries just because I think it's a bit of a tired ask at this point. Obviously, I'd love McGann to get a spin-off. As much as I jeer at it, I would like it. Maybe not with the Time War, but I can get it with McGann because he basically didn't get much on the live action. But Capaldi, you got 3 seasons. And you got even more than was intended. You got, more specials and everything. He did heaps.
A whole episode of Class.
Yeah, you don't need him back. He did lots. You can rewatch it. It's still there. And he's doing other stuff now. Even tangentially connected to Moffat. He's done something through Heartswood very recently, The Devil's Hour. 3 big series. It's not like we were robbed of Capaldi. And especially because, unlike Jodie, he got a big character arc. He had loads of stuff to do and he did it in lots of different ways. I don't understand feeling entitled to more. Literally, seriously, what more could you get is the actual question. And I think it's his question. And I think it's why he's not into the idea of coming back. What more can he give? What more can he get? Besides the shallow, the thing is on the table thing like we get in this special.
I think the entitlement and the possessiveness of fandom that you allude to have these things back and get them back as much as we can before we run out of time, before it's too late, get them back in. I think that mindset feeds into the mindset that created this episode, Power of the Doctor, with all these shitty little cameos, and the fact that people are cheering for them. I think there's a certain extent to which people don't even care about the content or the story as long as the meta-narrative is there, as long as actors get to pop up in some shallow capacity in the main show alongside old baddies, as long as we get the Master and the Daleks and the Cybermen in the same episode. Doesn't matter what they're doing. It doesn't matter what the story purpose or content is. Purely meta-narrative bullshit has completely supplanted any actual show content, and I think fans encourage that because of how engaged they are with stuff outside the show, the paratext of the show. I think the fans cheer that on, they encourage it, and I think it's part of this really fucked up complex that the fans have with the show. I think the fandom kind of willed this awful mess into existence. But I also think maybe it might be an unfortunate natural consequence of the show's format, because it's regenerating cast members and crew all the time. People will have this nostalgia, need for things to come back. People shuffle through all these different things. Maybe just that sense, that inherent phenomenon of past actors and cast members and so on being like this big family floating around the show creates this context where there is this compulsion to bring them back in for fan service reasons.
I feel like we should all just be okay with things being over.
I feel like the show itself is explicitly explicated a lot of that multiple times in more than one era.
Stuff ends.
Of course. In this episode, we see companions who aren't okay with things being over because they're banding together to reminisce over it in their little support group thingamy. So, maybe Chib doesn't truly believe you can ever really be okay with it.
I feel like the finality of what we're talking about here would dovetail well into the kind of final stuff we want to bring up. But there's something I should have brought up earlier and I didn't. But can I bring up another topic before we...
Please do.
Okay. It's about Yaz and Thasmin again. So there's this Teen Vogue article with Jodie and Mandip, which says, romantic entanglements are not new to Doctor Who, but a female companion falling for a female presenting Doctor is a big deal. Whether their storyline stuck the landing is subjective, but Jodie and Mandip have enjoyed the beauty of the Thasmin story. Mandip, it felt really natural. There were no pressures on because it was same-sex love, it just came really naturally. Yaz's discovery that she's in love with the Doctor runs parallel with so many young queer people who, like Yaz, kept their queerness a secret even from themselves. Not everybody's leaving a trail of breadcrumbs or hiding clues in their behaviour. Demanding teasers of Yaz's sexuality earlier than it was revealed implies that you can read somebody's queerness in every situation. What I want to link that in with is this term, I think, is increasingly used in different ways. When we traditionally say queer baiting, we mean it like in the sense of, you know, it's suggested through a show or through the paratext around it, like writer comments that, "Ooh, is it queer? What's going on here? Is this ship for real? Is this actually going to happen?" And it's baiting because no, it's not, you know, actually going to happen, or it's not going to be explicated anyway. But it revs up, you know, the kind of fans who would want that to happen, and so it's queer baiting. It's baiting queer. But I sometimes see the term used now, and I'm not saying this is wrong. I think it's interesting. I sometimes see it used now, like way earlier in this discussion, we brought up that kiss in a Star Wars movie where two women kiss, like kind of at the edge of a frame in the background. And there's this thing now which happens where it's like you get something queer in the story, but it's not much, or it's like raised and then nothing's actually done with it. And so then you can get, you know, someone like Stevens talking up, look at the representation in our thing, but it's not really good, is it? It's there, but it's not done well or done much of. And I think it's tricky because I don't want to say premature celebration or like table scrap celebration, because I know it does mean a lot to a lot of people, but it also disgusts some other queer people. Like the amount of tweets and Instagram stuff I saw with Thasmin, it makes me uncomfortable in the light of, I don't know how much the social media people knew. They might have known nothing. And I'm not saying it's their fault at all. I'm saying it's Chibnall and Stevens' fault. But like, I wouldn't say Thasmin is queerbaiting in the sense that it's not like it wasn't there, because it was. Like the show in the last 3 episodes brought it up and explicitly talked about it and everything. But was it there enough? I feel like, I don't know if queerbaiting is the right term or what you guys think.
This is actually a very useful and relevant thing to say, because I've been thinking about this recently from people's response to the Thasmin situation on Twitter, but also in the context of other shows. Now, sorry to my friend if they choose to listen to this, even though I know they definitely won't because they don't watch Doctor Who. However, I have a friend, and they are friends with other people who are very insistent that queerbaiting is a highly specific thing, which is that queerbaiting is where it doesn't happen in the show, but the, as you say, the paratext and the marketing and everything hype it up as if it's going to be. I disagree with that. That is a very, very specific, very, very limited definition of it, and I don't personally think there is a universally accepted meaning of the term. But I would say that queerbaiting includes, exactly as you say, situations in which not only does it only get discussed in paratext but then doesn't happen in the show, but also where it's a half-assed delivery.
And you've spoken eloquently before on that issue in another famous, long-running genre TV show, and I know you've pointed out
yes.
interesting links between some ending stuff there and how stuff was resolved or not resolved with Thasmin here.
So I have seen people, and this is the exact same argument that people have used with Thasmin, so it's extremely, it's basically the exact same situation that's happened. It's, aside from the fact that 13 got to respond, but to essentially shoot Yaz down. But either way, you have basically the exact same situation playing out. One confesses their love, the other one is basically like, I can't do this. Like, don't do this, right? Which is effectively what 13 did in a sense. Yaz, Yaz's love was made explicit, and then 13 was like, nope, can't do it, sorry, for reasons other than whether or not that love was reciprocal. And just like
that other show.
So this subplot was brought in at the very, very end, but it was one episode. It was one episode before the finale, and then the finale just doesn't mention it. It completely forgets it. Genuinely, the finale did not mention it at all, right? And similarly, the character who confessed their love also got a very abrupt and sad ending, really. So it's the exact same situation has played out with Doctor Who. And I've seen it with Doctor Who fans as well now, insisting that this situation is not queerbaiting, because it was explicitly textually confirmed that there was queer love in the show. And on one hand, yeah, it was there, but can you say it was satisfying that the proper closure was given to it, the proper development was given to it? Because absolutely not. But in terms of Doctor Who, they've been hyping up like nothing else, and all the interviews and everything. So I would say that probably Thasmin is an even worse example of this, because in a sense the cast and crew are going, oh, it's so queer, it's like all that it's all that's there in the show, there's so much, and it's great and everything, and it's a romance, and then in actuality it doesn't ever lead anywhere, there's no proper closure. So I strongly believe that if you take queerbaiting solely as the idea that it has to be hyped up in interviews, then Doctor Who is much more guilty of it than any any other comparative situation with any other show. And similarly, the idea that they string it along just enough to hype the fans up and to get all the good press, but never deliver on it, that is, I would say, in some aspects, worse than not including it at all. Because now, again, people would disagree with me, right? And I fully understand that. I'm not saying that that is wrong to be happy with what there was with Thasmin. In fact, for what there was, and I really wish it had gotten proper closure, but I did like, I did like parts of it and what little we did get. And like I said before, that scene of Yaz carrying the Doctor, that is probably, for me, that is the most emotional and iconic scene of the entire era. Like that's stick with me. So what I'm saying is, though, I would rather, and again, this is just me, I would rather it just not have been acknowledged at all than for them to essentially spit in the face of queer fans and go, we're not going to make an effort, we're just going to forget about it, because this storyline doesn't really matter to us enough to find room for it in the finale. It doesn't matter, the fans don't matter enough for us to find room for it, so we're just going to set it aside. That's basically what it came across as to me. It did not matter enough to them to ensure this was included. So to me, now, Mandip and Jodie, I do fully believe they care, but then they're not in charge of the script, and evidently, from what we can gather, they didn't exactly have much power in terms of overriding what Chibnall intended. So if Chibnall wasn't going to write it in, and he was so their performances had it, or at least Mandip's especially, but certainly Chibnall didn't care. Chibnall didn't give a shit, right? Because if he cared about this storyline, if he cared about the queer fans, if he cared about introducing and writing a fulfilling romance, he would have included it, and he didn't. So that is far more insulting than them just pretending it doesn't exist. It is far, because see if they don't include it, you at least have the plausible deniability that they either it didn't cross their mind, which is not the end of the world, right? Or alternatively, you never know if maybe they floated the idea and then shot down by someone at some point that wasn't within the production, which I'm not saying that would happen, right? But then again, who knows, right? Maybe someone you could have You could have gone with the idea that maybe someone higher up in the BBC shot it down.
Like is sometimes the case with the other show with Dancing Around and what some people think that network did, right?
People have theorised that the reason that there wasn't a explicit reciprocal confession and closure to that storyline was because of censorship from people higher up, which I personally view as bullshit, right?
On that other show, yeah.
Like, set that aside, you could have said if Thasmin wasn't appropriately included or included at all, or they hadn't said that they forgot about it, you could have said maybe the BBC, put their foot down about it, right? Again, I don't really think that's plausible, but...
Or that sort of complete bullshit you got of people thinking, if the Thasmin certain stuff not in Legend of the Sea Devils, it was those so spooky Chinese censors. All this stuff I really know about. I know exactly how all this stuff works. I've seen headlines before. Those evil Chinese censors have sliced out my precious content out of this episode. They must have crossed on over to Power of the Doctor somehow.
Yeah. So like, maybe it's people were ringing that fucking racist bullshit, right? Again,
yep,
right?
Yep.
But you had that plausible deniability theoretically, right? If either they hadn't said they'd forgotten it or they'd not included it at all. But see this situation where they did include it, they talked it up big in interviews, and then after they went, oh shit, actually we forgot to include it in the final episode, whoopsies. That is just a spit in the face. That's just nasty. Because thank you for telling all the queer fans out there that you don't give a shit about them, that they're forgettable to you, that something you introduced that was for a brief moment in time a major focus of your era, like for
Yeah.
Thank you for telling them all that doesn't matter. Like, so yeah, I do fully believe it's queer baiting, and if you want to be really pedantic about it and say that you prefer the highly specific definition of queer baiting and therefore this isn't exactly queer baiting, it's something, and it's something that's not good.
I want to hear Gig and Oliver on this. The thing that I just was in my head, there's two strawmen I see with this stuff a lot. One is that, like, the idea that with these complaints, we're asking for something, like we're just asking for a happy ending, or we're just asking for, you just want stories told this way, or it's childish to just want everyone to be in love and happy. Just complete bullshit. It's also another strawman is that with all these queer baiting complaints, we're trying to erase ambiguous homoeroticism or stuff like that. Like we're trying to get rid of that on the TV. That's both complete bullshit. What people are wanting is it taken seriously or treated with weight. Like I think of Brian Fuller with Hannibal, and that's not, a big happy ending. And a lot of that is kind of ambiguous homoeroticism, but I think a lot of people are satisfied with how that story was told. It's not that people are wanting stories to end in a certain way, it's just they want them treated with the kind of seriousness which isn't forgetting that the story exists in the first place, like happened with Thasmin.
Yeah.
Recently the official Doctor Who social media tweeted out a bit of fan art, which is of that fabled cheek kiss scene. A very good fan artist had kind of drawn that as if it were actually, happening like in the episode. And it's really, really lovely picture. And it just gets me thinking about the concept of queerbaiting. I think if fans who were really expecting or hoping for a kiss between 13 and Yaz or something like that in this episode, if they are so starved for sapphic intimacy in this story that they are having to freeze frame this scene and basically insert intimacy into the episode, they have been fucking queerbaited. I think there's yes. No serious argument against it. You spend years, and earlier on, you mentioned the Teen Vogue article about it mentioned how real queer people don't leave you teasers and hints and stuff. Well, throughout most of the years of Thasmin has been these supposed teasers from Yaz, like these hints of possible queerness on Yaz's part, and that that manifested in this whole thing, and then it just got like kicked out the door in an incredibly shitty fashion. People have absolutely been baited. I think lots of people maybe don't want to believe they've been baited, and that's understandable because they've had really important, often formative experiences with this stuff. But they've just been led down the garden path by Chib, and they've just been like spat on in the end. It just fucking sucks.
Yeah, I think it's true that you could, in theory, I suppose, tell a queer story that doesn't introduce a character's queerness until later on. You would need some story before that. But what we see so much of is people saying that any criticism of the way a story like this plays out is a denial of the very specific, to be clear, imaginary queer experience of the fictional characters in the show, saying, you know, I don't think this is good queer representation, and then being responded to with, well, it's a queer character in a scenario, so how dare you? Avoids the point that this is a TV show. Every aspect of this was a choice made by somebody or other within a creative process. And that creative process decided to not majorly engage with the primary two characters' queerness until the last couple of episodes. The last episode of which barely even touches on it. But they promoted the show with that stuff. They talk about it in interviews, often stepping around the issue slightly, but always claiming that, you know, the story's going to have a fulfilling and a meaningful ending and all the characters are well served. And even as someone who's not been engaged with that character's relationship and has never particularly felt represented by it, even I feel cheated out of anything that went anywhere or represented anyone in any way that is a responsible use of a television show like this, which for a lot of people, myself included, was basically an introduction to queerness.
Yeah.
And queer storytelling, certainly.
Yeah.
And it just makes you depressed. It's the compounding nature of it being a very thin queer story, and on top of that, also just a very thin story. If Mandip had more story going on with her character, then the fact that the queerness in particular was so thin on the ground maybe wouldn't be quite as upsetting, but it's just rattlingly hollow.
I think when people talk about being represented, they want to be represented in their full humanity, you know, as actual people. And I think in a show that can't be bothered to represent anyone as an actual person or give anyone, you know, some depth, unless, of course, they're a middle-aged white man, then, you know, you're not going to get much of anything. Everything's going to be failed and doomed to shit.
What other final thoughts are we having?
Doctor gives Yaz a gun. It's weird, isn't it? We've not really got a point, but it feels like one of those. There's millions of hollow echoes of End of Time and Journey's End in particular. Those two stories.
Yeah. Speaking of companions with guns, like, you know that scene where Vinder is pointing the gun at the Master, and the Master says, "Oh, you're a friend of the Doctor, so you won't use that." And he turns around to attack Vinder, and Vinder shoots the Master, and Vinder's like, "I'm freelance." And that's a really, you know, punch the air, haha, badass moment. Woohoo, he subverted the Master's expectations and such. But what does it mean? Because, you know, in a sense, it's almost validating the Master's logic that no friend of the Doctor would ever, you know, act in self-defense or be pragmatic if it involved this particular kind of weapon. And, you know, Vinder's declaration that, oh, he's freelance, so he doesn't really count as a friend of the Doctor. What the hell does that mean? You know, that really undermines any idea that he's part of the extended fam or anything like that. You know, it's just validating that usual contempt that Chib seems to have towards pacifism as it is represented in Doctor Who, and just kind of this parody of pacifism that's always going on with 13. Like, oh, you can do this other stuff, but you can't use a gun. Oh, you can't use a gun even if it was the right thing to do. You know, if Graham shoots Tim Shaw in the foot, the Doctor might get mad, so we can't tell her. You know, that really horrible thing that's been lurking in Chib, who just comes back with one last gasp at the end. And I think it links back into the whole contempt for companions thing, because only by identifying himself as not quite a companion can Vinder justify his use of a firearm to, you know, avoid getting killed by the Master. It's quite insane. I think there's probably some link to Yaz not getting a gun and not using it earlier in the episode too. It just kind of disappears at some point, doesn't it?
Doctor Who might be over for Chibnall, but his career is far from over. Chibnall says, in regards to what's coming next for him, well, in Doctor Who magazine, he talked about he's doing some kind of project with music, but I couldn't tell if that was just like a personal project or if that was like he's making something. And to the BBC, he said, "That's the great thing now is I don't have to tease anything. I'm doing lots of different projects. I'm doing stage projects, quite a lot of TV activity, and we'll see where it goes. But I'm having a lot of fun doing very different things." So, I mean, I'll check out the next stuff he does. I don't know if the rest of you will, but onwards he goes.
Yeah, I suppose in a way, like the biggest redeeming, well, I don't know about redeeming, but a feature of this era is that, you know, we're just going to move on from it. Everyone's just going to move on. It feels like there's not much of a imprint that's going to be left other than this weird void period when everything sucked.
We already have multiple spin-offs on audio coming. There's the Fugitive Doctor and the Sasha Master. And Jodie's eagerness to do more of the character makes me think that's probably coming sooner rather than later. So this era will live on in that sense, but that's a half-life, really.
I certainly hope that that Half-Life extended universe stuff takes on enough of a different form and a different flavour to all this, which you imagine it would do, written by different people, produced by different people. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if somehow Thasmin and other loose ideas this era bear out properly in some way in the years to come, in a way that makes this ending slightly less bitter. Because the EU writers like doing that, don't they?
Joe Lidster did it with Jack and Yanto. He did an amazing God in the Gaps thing with Tortured Series 1. But I mean, that relationship did actualize on TV in the end, so he could kind of engineer that. So, but who knows? Some of them are quite creative, those writers. We'll see.
Jodie gets back in the TARDIS after dropping Yaz off. There's a cut there. You can fit some adventures in that gap. One hand glowing the whole time.
The hologram, Astra's idea. The hologram comes to visit Yaz after the grief group.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can imagine a companion chronicle story, something like that, with Yaz talking to hologram doctor, you know, two-hander. That'd be fun.
Who has final stuff to say? Does anyone have anything they want to get off their chest?
I feel like I never want to see the Daleks or Cybermen again. I'm done. I'm done. They've just spent too long sucking, being rubbish, and being used for stories like this. I'm finished. I'm through. I'm okay. The only reason I leave the Master out of this, I feel like you could maybe, if you actually went back and built on Missy a bit, you could maybe do something good with the Master, but probably not going to happen. But yeah, Daleks and Cybermen, fuck off. You know, I'm done.
So deeply lame. The use of, and you know, they're big stupid monsters, who really cares, but so deeply lame, the use of the Daleks and Cybermen here, just doing stuff, you know, just stuff. They're just there to stand around and look impressive, and the Cybermen regenerate.
Yep. Cybermen are just sniper bots in this story. They just shoot each other because they're shooting at a thing, it's a hologram, and they shoot each other. Great stuff. And I love how the fact that they can regenerate is just as there to cover for the fact they're ship fighters. So they get killed, but they live again because they can regenerate now. So it's all good. Yeah, again, just solving a problem Chib created.
Which is great fun when later in the episode there's a scene of them getting shot and just not falling down. Which, you know, again, doesn't matter, but really goes to show how contrived the situation has to be for that Time Master, Lord, cyber regeneration stuff to be of any use or relevance whatsoever.
All the messaging is always about hope and inspiration and all that good stuff behind the text. And then in the text, some people get that from the show, but I just find it's pretty much always undercut by what the episodes are actually doing and how they're working. So I don't need some grand intentional through line necessarily through an era, but what I got from this era didn't make me feel good most of the time.
I think there's a real sense we've ended with a whimper rather than a bang, and that's deeply fitting, because that's what this episode was to me.
Yeah.
I suppose you could call this our final contemporary discussion of the Chibnall era, but much as the show itself is now full steam ahead on Tennant and Ncuti, there's still a lot more of Chibnall I want to delve into. I think it's a really precious thing to capture contemporary, as it was airing, discussions on stories like this, but it's also super fascinating to be able to look at things more retrospectively as well. So while I'm not looking to muse on this era forever, we do have a couple more cool things coming down the pipeline about it. I saw some people were fans of the interesting behind the scenes, sometimes rarely talked about by the fandom, stuff we brought up in The Tragedy of Yaz. And we've got something kind of in that vein, shorter, but kind of in that vein coming up very soon, which I really enjoyed doing, and I think people will find interesting. And of course, I want to start looking more at Russell T Davies, given it's his time again now. So we have some cool stuff coming up there too. I'm really excited about something we're doing there. It's not just discussing old episodes, it's more unique. Anyway, for now in this moment, October 2022, not long after Chibnall's final episode, we're done. Contemporary talks about Chibnall's era. It's the end of an era, but there's more to come. Thank you very much for all listening. Please, please, please do share your thoughts with us as well. Your thoughts on this episode, your thoughts on this era, your thoughts on anything that we talked about in our discussion of this episode. We love to read all of that. We love to hear what you have to say. And again, thank you very much for listening. But we're not quite done yet. Let's bow out with a bit of music.
Something's very wrong. The show's returned, but where is it gone? The spoiler hounds are reft of news. The writer lacks a point of view. He can't give anything. He can't give anything. Away. He can't give anything. Away. Saying more but showing less. Craving lore and classic riffs. Is this all Tectean meant? What's the message Thasmin sent? He can't give anything. He can't give anything. Away. He can't give anything. Away.
What did you mean when you said your actions were catching up with you? Nothing. I don't remember. I say lots of things. We all say lots of things we don't mean.
He can't give anything. He can't give anything. Away. He can't give anything. Away. They know something's very wrong. The Russ returns, the prodigal son. No footprints left by Chibnall's shoes. The memory hole is his refuge. He can't give anything. He can't give anything. Away. He can't give anything. Away.
Do me a favour. Keep this safe. Somewhere deep within this TARDIS. Somewhere I can never find him. Unless I really ask for it.
He can't give anything. He can't give anything. He can't give anything. Away.
Freak cliche, better written. 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 Freak cliche. Boring.